All right, I think we are live. There we go. Sorry about the late start. Had some technical difficulties, which was proving to be a challenge, but looks like we are started. Looks like the stream is now working well. Let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me. Once again, apologies for the late start, although it is the holiday long weekend, which means hopefully everybody is getting a chance to relax and enjoy themselves. Please jump in the chat, say hello. This is my Square and Compass Promotions live stream, Victoria Day live stream in particular. So I hope that this gives everybody a chance to hang out with me for a bit, chat about my favorite thing to chat about in the world, which is Freemasonry. I have a few different topics I wanted to discuss today. First, ways in which you can support Square and Compass Promotions. Second, exciting events we have happening in Freemasonry around the world, in fact, and why I think those not only are so important to talk about, but why I'm hoping everybody can try to support those events in various ways. Maybe there are even things that I hope to get to cover. And third, what are you up to when it comes to Victoria Day? So, and what are other Masonic lodges and bodies in Canada up to when it comes to Victoria Day? But for now, let's just wait and see who joins us, who finds us. As you can see, I'm back to doing this on my laptop with the microphone, just to see again how that works. Try something different, trying something new. And so, yeah, I hope that everybody will join us. Again, give it a bit of time, see who finds us, who finds the stream. Sorry again about being late. Had some technical difficulties to start the stream, but I think we're okay. And let me know how this looks, how this sounds. For now, let's just wait and see who can find us, who tracks us down, and what it is that when it comes to Freemasonry this Victoria Day weekend, what it is that they want to chat about. I got my snacks, so let's just give it a bit of time and see who joins us. Welcome. I just started my stream. Started a little bit late due to technical difficulties, but we're here now. I hope everybody in Canada is having a great Canada Day or great Victoria Day weekend. Jump in the chat, say hello, and let me know when it comes to Freemasonry what you want to talk about. Today, I thought I'd talk about ways in which we as Freemasons, or ways in which you can support the Square and Compass Promotions, support the work I'm doing. There's a lot of different ways. A lot of them are absolutely free to do, by the way. Also, talk about some really interesting events I've discovered happening in Freemasonry around the world, actually, and ones I'd like to visit and get to, ones I'd like to talk more about, ones I'd like to learn more about, and also what Freemasons are doing this Victoria Day weekend. So I got my coffee, I got a laptop, and for this Victoria Day long weekend, let's just see who joins and who says hello. I got my cat behind me. That's my cat's tail you're seeing. How's it going? Coffee is always a delight. I agree with that 100%. Coffee is good. I hope that you are doing well. I hope your weekend is going well. I hope your meetings have gone well. It's wonderful to see you. And I hope that I was going to say, I hope you're enjoying your long weekend, but I guess you're not. You're not Canadian, so you don't get a long weekend. Yours is Memorial Day, right? Which is what, a week from now? I hope you're going to have a great Memorial Day. But coffee is absolutely always a delight. Let me know how I sound, by the way, if you prefer the audio in this setup versus the audio on my normal mobile streaming, which I do very much enjoy both types of streamings, both styles. I think that they both have value, but I do think I prefer the mobile streaming, I should say. I love my coffee, especially when the coffee is free, like it was this morning. Play Smart in the Caesars in Casino Windsor, or Caesars Windsor, has free coffee, which is awesome. And it's a great service. And if you are somebody who actually came and did a Masonic presentation, which I truly appreciated, if you are struggling at all with you're concerned that you have a gambling problem, at least here in Ontario, specifically speaking of Caesars Windsor, you can go to the Play Smart Center. It's on the second floor, close to the box office, where you purchase tickets for shows, and you can talk to them. And they have a lot of great resources. And I like a lot of the guys there. They're really cool. And they have coffee breaks, 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. every day of the week. So gives you a chance to take a break from gambling, maybe reassess what is going on. Okay. Do you know if the lodge to which you're petitioning, I can't think of the name of it now, forgive me, Santa Ana, are they going to be in any like Memorial Day parades or anything to that extent? At least it seems like it's coming through well. There have been issues in the past with the stream and with like buffering and stuff like that, but it looks like we're good. 3 votes, by the way. Is your Masonic Lodge or body doing anything to celebrate Note May Long Weekend? 1 yes, 2 no's. Or sorry, 1 yes and 2 not Canadians. Mountain Lodge number 661. All right, I wonder if Mountain Lodge is doing anything for or to celebrate Memorial Day. I'd be very curious to know. But once again, I hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment too. If you're just joining us, hit that like and subscribe button. Jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know how you're doing. This is our Victoria Day live stream. So in Canada, it is Victoria Day, otherwise known as May Long Weekend, otherwise known amongst the party animal circuit as May 2-4. So I figured, you know what, let's do a full day live stream. Start an hour earlier thereabouts. They did have some technical difficulties. Start an hour earlier though. Hang out for maybe the whole day, or at least a very long part of the day. I am doing well, raised eyebrow. I hope you are doing well also. Thank you so much for being here. Things are good. Things are good. It's a long weekend. I got my coffee. It was free. I got snacks, and I'm hanging out live streaming. So what could be better? Today's live stream. Eventually, I'm going to get to the topics. I do like to wait a bit to find an audience, but the topics are going to be at the start, how you can support the Square and Compass live stream or Square and Compass promotions. There are a lot of different ways. Some of them are free. Almost everybody, I think, in my audience does at least a few of these things, but the goal is to see if we can get people doing all of these things. So supporting the Square Compass podcast or Square Compass promotions. Then I'm going to be talking about some really interesting events that are coming up in Windsor, and not just Windsor, excuse me. Some very interesting events that are coming up, Masonically speaking, around the world that I've just discovered and would like to learn more about, maybe get to attend or visit, who knows. Travel is an important part of being a Freemason, including traveling to Masonic events. And then maybe any Victoria Day messages from Masons, Masonic brothers, things of that nature. So that is my plans to talk about today. But as always, let's just wait and see more who joins us, who comes onto the streams. It could have been weather conditions. Who knows? If weather is bad enough, that can affect things. For sure. Canadian Masons, is your Masonic Lodge or body doing anything to celebrate Note May Long Weekend? Yes, 20%. Not Canadian, no long weekend, 80%. So 4 of you are not Canadian. 1 vote was that you're doing something. If you could let me know, I'd be really curious to know what it is that your lodge is doing. Is it appearing in a float? There's so many different things that it could be up to, so I'd love to know. It could even be something as simple as a social media post. But for now, as always, let's give it a bit of time. Raised eyebrow, let me know how you're doing. I'd love to know how you're doing. What is happening if you're enjoying your Monday. I'm guessing you don't get a long weekend because I believe you are from the States. But you get your long weekend, what, in a week? Memorial Day? Let me know if you have any plans for Memorial Day long weekend. And as always, let me know how the stream is coming through. I feel like it's doing good. I updated my computer today to make sure I was going to deal with any buffering. Let me know if the audio is coming through well, the video is coming through well, all that good stuff. And yeah, started an hour early. Let me know what you think of the time as well. You know, I usually do these streams at 1 p.m., but because it was a long weekend, and I thought more people might be around during the day, I decided to start this at noon Eastern Standard Time, just to see if there might be a better option time-wise, or 12 might work better. I've tried a few midnight streams, and those are actually pretty successful. So certainly for my personal channel, those are successful. It's very slow and very quiet day at work. All right, well, I guess, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes slow days were good. Sometimes slow days, because slow meant not stressful, not busy, relaxed, but sometimes slow seems to drag on forever, and you never get out of it. Whereas if it's busy, it's like goes by a lot quicker. I have no Memorial Day weekend plans. Sometimes those are the best as well, though. Then you just get the chance to relax for the whole day, not do anything, which is always fun. What's May long weekend? So Victoria Day, May long weekend. Yeah, I think it might actually be a Commonwealth thing in general, Spirit. I think it might be in all the different Commonwealth countries. They have Victoria Day. I think it's in Australia for sure. I could be mistaken. I have to double check that, but I believe it's a Commonwealth thing. Yeah, it's our May holiday. You guys get Memorial Day, we get Victoria Day. Celebrate Queen Victoria, celebrate the monarchy, all that good stuff. So, there's different cities will have different things. They'll have parades, or they'll have, it's kind of, in some ways, it's kind of considered like the start of summer in Canada. Barbecues, going to the lake, all that good stuff. So does the Windsor Masonic Temple, we have, I guess not like, we have projectors that you can, you have to attach it to a computer, but you attach it to the computer and then it projects onto different screens we have around the building. So, because they've had movie nights at the Masonic Temple in the past, We also have on our top floor a television that is hooked up to a PlayStation, and you can play movies on that as well, or even connect to the internet to show YouTube videos, streaming, things like that. So those are always really, really fun. I was actually in a Masonic temple in Chicago, which it was built. It's a really interesting story, actually, really interesting history. It was West Chicago. It was built as a Masonic building, or the intention was for it to be used as a Masonic building. But then after it was built, the Masons decided they didn't want to use it anymore. I forget the reason why. So they abandoned it basically. And then a movie theater company purchased the building, refurbished it, turned it into a movie theater. It was an actual like working movie theater with projectors and all the rest of it from like the 1920s through to I think the 60s or 70s, when the Masons ended up coming back, finding it again and purchasing it, and turning it back into turning it into what it was supposed to be originally used for, which was a Masonic lodge. But you still have in the lodge room, you can see where they had the projector set up, where they had the screen set up. It's really interesting. That was West Chicago. Let me see if I can actually find pictures of it. Because I posted some on my Instagram page, the interior and the exterior of the building. Let's see. I'm going to go to my Masonic buildings. Which one would it be? Go Masonic buildings interior. Yeah, here it is. So this is, I always take them from the same way, in the west facing the east, but let's see. Hopefully you guys can see that. It popped up on your screen. This is now a lodge room, but it was a movie theater, a movie theater for much of like the 20s through to the 60s and 70s. Masonic Temple, home of Junction Lodge number 0048 and herein Masonic Club. This was a movie theater, an actual working movie theater for many years. That's the lodge room interior. If I can find it now, I'm going to go to my other site. Masonic buildings. These are the exteriors of the facades. This is it here. In West Chicago, Illinois. So you kind of see, this looks to me like something you'd see in a movie theater, kind of showing new movies. So cool little piece of history, I always thought. Welcome. If you are just joining us, please take a moment to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and let me know if there's anything you want to chat about. As always, this first hour, just waiting to see who joins us and any questions people have about Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Then we switch over and start talking about our specific topics. In this case, it's going to be how you can support Scoring Compass Promotions, exciting Masonic events happening around the world that I really want to take part in, or at least learn more about. And when I say around the world, that includes right here in my home of Windsor, Ontario. And third is Victoria Day long weekend and what some lodges are doing to celebrate. And maybe even more in that, more the overarching question, or the presumption, the basis of the idea of examining lodges and what they're doing, is that lodges should be taking the time to celebrate not just Victoria Day, but all holidays. I heard about that. That sucks. I've known people who've been diagnosed with colon cancer. I've known many people who've been diagnosed with cancer. It just sucks for anybody to have that, and for anybody to have to go through with that, especially not just for them, but for the entire family who has to see a loved one suffer. So I do send my thoughts to him and hope that there is a recovery. Whether he's a brother or not, that's an interesting question. I personally think he is. I would consider him a Mason, based on what happened on January 19th and South Carolina Prince Hall, although not everybody agrees. It's an interesting jurisdictional question, which I think it might be kind of fun to. I explored that a little bit in a past stream. It might be kind of fun to explore it once again because it is a really interesting question. Brings up questions of regularity and making a Mason on site, and it's a very interesting question. Yeah. So, and whether you're a fan or not, right? As you say, this isn't about that. This is just about wishing somebody well who is going through something very not fun, and wishing the family well also, of somebody who's going through something very not fun. Welcome. If you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat. So as always, we do these live streams Monday through Friday. Normally, I do these live streams at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but today, because we are enjoying a long weekend here in Canada, I did this stream at 12. I started it, and I'm going to do maybe a full day stream, or at least a very long stream, because I think it gives us a chance to try something new. Again, try something different. Please take a moment to let me know what you think. If maybe you prefer the 12 p.m. start time as opposed to 1 p.m. Eastern. Also, what you think about this setup? Do you prefer this, the audio and visual, to the normal live stream I do for my mobile phone? And as always, please take the moment to hit the like and subscribe button. We're going to give it, as I usually do, an hour or so to just see who shows up and who joins us in the stream and what they want to talk about. Then, next hour, 3 topics. How you can support Score and Compass Promotions is part 1. Part 2 is going to be what are some interesting Masonic events happening really summer 2025 all around the world, including in my backyard, but everywhere, and especially ones I'm interested in or have a connection to or want to have a connection to. And then third, Victoria Day long weekend and Masons taking part in community events. But that is all in hour number 2. In hour number 1, it's really just hang out, see who joins, and what do you want to talk about. Any question about Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. One of the things I have really enjoyed on these streams in the past is actually interacting with people who are not fans of Freemasonry, because hopefully by interacting with them, I can help them at least share with them my perspective on why I love Freemasonry. That's not to say I don't have my critiques of it, at least, or critiques of the way it's implemented or the way it's practiced. Of course I do. Everybody does. You have to be willing and able to critique the thing that you love, but that doesn't mean I don't still love it and love kind of the basis of it. So, or the ideals upon which it is founded, if you want to put it that way. So please, though, take a moment to jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like and subscribe button. If you are from America and you're watching this, or anywhere that doesn't celebrate Victoria Day, but you have a long weekend coming up, such as Memorial Day, let me know what plans you have for Memorial Day. If you have any, if your lodge has any, I'd love to hear them. The longer streams are very important because I always learn something new every single time I tune into. Thank you. I appreciate that, Courtney. That's very kind of you to say. I enjoy doing them. Like I said, long streams, excuse me, they are a different kind of beast, different kind of animal than your interviews, which, by the way, I do have some podcast interviews coming up, which I'm very excited for. Including one I'm doing tomorrow, which I'm very excited for, about Freemasonry and mindfulness, Freemasonry and meditation, how Freemasons can incorporate meditation and mindfulness practices into its work, into the work of the lodge, which I think is awesome, by the way. But it's a different animal, right? An interview that lasts an hour versus a live stream where you're interacting with the chat versus what you're posting on social media. I mean, they're all super different in terms of what it is that you're doing, the information you're trying to express to people. So I think that is a really valid point and something that people need to keep in mind, right? Like, if just is more in general, when you're on the YouTube thing, when you're doing the YouTube thing, just keep in mind that, and information as well, right? Keep in mind that kind of form follows function, or the other way around. Function determines form, or form. I don't know how you want to put it. The point is, if you are trying to express information about Freemasonry, the way you express that information on a social media post is going to be different than the way you express that information on YouTube, which is going to be different. A YouTube short, which is going to be different than the way you express that information on a YouTube live stream, which is going to be different than the way you express that information on a interview, etc., etc. I'm part of a chat group with prospective interested folks with the same mentorship for the same lodge. And I have to say, I really thought that group would be more chatty. Different groups are, different groups have different levels of chattiness. Also in my experience, raised eyebrow, one thing to keep in mind, which is really interesting, is if you are interested, you may be more nervous about asking questions or being chatty because you're already interested in joining. So you're worried you're going to say the wrong thing or ask the wrong question or express something incorrectly. And that is the thing that will, maybe put a bad mark on you. So you may be more cautious about asking. The fascinating thing about that is, in my experience, the people who talk the most are either Masons who are cranky and pissed off about something in Freemasonry, and because they're already Masons and they've already joined, they they feel that they can just say whatever they want to say and complain or whatever it is without, because they're already Masons and they're pissed off anyways. Or people who are not Masons but are conspiracy theorists and hate Masons, and they're more than willing to tell you exactly why they hate us or hate Freemasons and why they think we're terrible. When it's an interested or prospective member, I find they tend to be much more cautious, much more quiet, because they've decided they want to join and they're almost afraid of doing something to, piss somebody off or asking the wrong question or whatever it is. And in those cases, by the way, I find the best way to start is to explain to them, look, you're not going to say anything that's going to cast a black mark on you, or you're not going to say anything that's going to cause you trouble. Even if you have heard a conspiracy theory and you want to ask about it, go ahead. You wouldn't be part of this group if you weren't interested in joining and we weren't interested in having you join. So, just encourage them not to be nervous, but encourage them to ask those questions that they may have that may, for whatever reason, cause them a level of nervousness. If that makes any sense, raised eyebrow. I've been treasurer lately in lodge. I really like it because it's pretty easy for someone relatively new to ritual. Very true, Spirit. Very, very true. I've said in the past that there are 3 kind of offices in a lodge. The first is administrative, which, to be honest, in some ways, administrative is the most important offices, or at least the ones that do the most work in some cases. Administrative offices are treasurer, secretary, sometimes assistant secretary, and worshipful master. And those administrative offices, they are ones in which ritual is not as important or is not as relevant to their work, but rather they're responsible for making sure the administrative tasks of the lodge are completed successfully, both in line with any type of governmental rules and regulations governing nonprofits, as well as, or like social clubs, as well as any Masonic requirements. Then you have your ceremonial offices. Those are ones in which really the work is about doing the ceremony well, doing the ritual well. So those would be like director of ceremonies. Those would be your director of ceremonies, worshipful master again, immediate past master, organist. Those are ones in which it is all about ritual. It really, the work starts and ends in the lodge room. And then there is your actual cursus honorum, your progressive offices, which are like your stewards, to your deacons, to your wardens, which leads up to the worshipful master. And those are the three types of offices. And for someone who maybe is not good at ritual but still wants to contribute, a great way to do so is by taking on an administrative office. And even if there already is a full board in the administrative office position, so you already have a secretary, treasurer, assistant secretary, that doesn't mean you can't say, can I act as an assistant to the assistant secretary and help them out and just learn what this office is? And that's how I'll contribute, by being a backup. Or assistant treasurer. Can I learn what it is to be a treasurer and be a backup? Because you need backups to these administrative posts. One of the biggest problems in Freemasonry right now is we have treasurers and secretaries who've been the treasurer and secretary for 20, 30, 40 years sometimes. And no one else has learned how to do that job. No one else is offering to learn how to do that job. And this happened to me in one of my lodges. The treasurer passes away. No one knows where the checks are. No one knows the bank account info. You need people learning how to do these jobs, these administrative jobs, that, there's a understanding that if you're a junior warden, you should be learning what the senior warden does. If you're a senior warden, you should be learning what the master does. If you're a junior deacon, you should be learning what the senior deacon does. There's this understanding in the progressive offices that you learn what you need to do from, you pay attention to the person next to you in line, so you learn what to do. There's nobody who understands that, like, you learn what the secretary does, you learn what the treasurer does, but there needs to be. Some lodges have assistant secretaries, a lot don't. I don't know any lodge that has an assistant treasurer, but they need them. They absolutely need them. Silence is what silence is. You can even put that in the chat, though. If they are genuinely interested in joining, and raised eyebrow, if they are genuinely interested in joining, put in the chat, like, silence makes me uncomfortable. And either A, that will encourage them to get off their butts and start asking questions, or B, so if they're being silent because they're just being lazy and not paying attention to their work, then putting in the chat, silence makes me nervous, will encourage them to start talking again. And if it's because they're scared of saying the wrong thing, then putting in the chat, silence makes me nervous, will encourage them to start asking questions so as not to cause trouble. What is meant by going up the line? Do you have to sit in every single one of those seats? So you don't have to sit in every seat. You should. if you can, but there is a progression, right? So it just depends on how many people you have, though. So, for example, the normal progression would be like junior in Canada. I'm speaking Ontario, by the way. It's a little bit different in the States, but in Canada and Ontario, it's junior steward, senior steward, inner guard, junior deacon, junior warden, senior warden, worshipful master. And the theory is, you start at junior deacon, you start at junior steward, you learn everything you need to learn from that chair. That helps you get ready for the senior chair. You learn everything in that chair that helps you get ready for the inner guard chair, et cetera, et cetera. But if there's a situation where, let's say, you have a less officers than normal, you may go from senior steward to senior deacon, which is jumping 2 chairs, just because they need somebody in that chair right away. But in theory, you should sit in as many of those seats as you can in the right order before becoming worshipful master, because every seat teaches you something you need to know as worshipful master. But again, you also need to know how the secretary spot works, how the treasurer spot works, how the ceremonial spot works. You need to pay attention to those things as well. They probably are raised eyebrow. You're probably right. So just let them know and see what happens. Masonic. Well, there's different Grand Lodges in Mexico. I don't know if every Grand Lodge in Mexico is unrecognized, or which ones are or not. They're not. York is recognized by Ontario. One of my favorite memories in Freemasonry is absolutely 100% my 3 visits to Puerto Vallarta Freemasonry in Mexico, and my 1 visit to Nogales, Mexico, and the lodge there. It was really, really special, and something I just take so much pride in and had so much fun visiting. I love Mexican Freemasonry. And the other thing is, when you talk about unrecognized knowledge, just keep in mind that just because one jurisdiction does not recognize a lodge does not mean that every jurisdiction, right? It's jurisdictional by jurisdiction, which is as it should be. Just sending some messages to a few people, but I hope everybody is, as always, having a great time. If you are, one of my Canadian brothers, then I really hope that you are enjoying your long weekend, Victoria Day long weekend. If you are not, I'm very sorry that you don't get a long weekend like I do, but I know you get Memorial Day next weekend, so you should be excited for that. It's a 1 weekend apart, right? I think Memorial Day's next weekend. Bucharest. Good afternoon. Thank you, Bucharest. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate you joining as always. I hope that you are doing well. I hope you hit that like and subscribe button, answer our poll question, etc., etc. Happy Victoria Day to you as well. Always win. Should I just always win? I hope you are always winning. Thank you for being here. Should I just ask to join? I bought a plate from a fundraiser in my local lodge, and they already knew who I was and started telling me about my ancestors that was part of the lodge. You should ask to join if you want to join, certainly, right? The old "to be one, ask one" phrase comes to mind, or slogan. What I would say is, and you're right, by the way, knowledge advancement is a privilege. What I would say, always win at the start. Don't even ask to join necessarily. Just ask to get to know the guys and spend more time with the lodge. Most lodges will have special events, dinners, fundraisers. They'll have things to which they invite the public, and non-Masons are welcome. Ask to come to some of those and just talk to the guys, because at the start, always win. The most important thing about being a Freemason in a lodge, the most valuable thing is just how well do you get along with your brothers. That is the most important and critical part of Freemasonry. So at the start, just ask to come to some events, hang out, get to know them, and then, yeah, ask them about joining. The timeline it takes to join really depends on how busy the lodge is, how many people they've got, all of that type of stuff. So at the start, but they should have some type of public events, dinners, or even ask if they can just go for coffee with them and just ask them questions. At the start, don't ask them to join, just ask them questions and explain to them why you're interested in Freemasonry, what it is that you like about it, whether it's the ancestry connection, whether it's community involvement, just talk to them. You're welcome. By the way, always win. I'm not sure if you've been on the stream before. I don't know if I recognize the name. I hope you will hit the like button. I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. I hope you'll stick around because in a few more minutes or so, I'm going to be talking about ways you can support Square and Compass Promotions, as well as Masonic events happening around the world that I'm very interested in and I'd like to learn more about. Victoria Day. Thank you. Always win. Truly appreciate it. Spirit, I'm sure you're going to have a great installation. I love installations as well. They're a really special part of our Masonic experiences. It's fun to go through your initiation, obviously, but in some ways, it's even more fun to get the chance to see them from the sidelines, watch other people taking part in them, right? That can be a really, really special and really fun part of the stream as well. Fun part of Freemasonry as well, I should say, is getting a chance to see others go through the experiences, right? And it gives you a new way to learn about the craft, a new kind of understanding of it. How much time a week does Freemasonry take up? Really depends on the person. For me, it takes up, 40, 50 hours a week, right? Because I'm trying to do this for a living. But for most people, it's just going to depend. There is no answer. I think if you're doing it right, it should take up, at least 10 hours a week, but it's different. In your Masonic career, when you met brothers, how do they introduce themselves? Do you find that they lead with titles, higher degrees? Well, it depends on the context in which I'm meeting them. If I'm meeting them for the first time in like a lodge setting, like I'm either traveling to and visiting a lodge or they're a visitor coming to my lodge, then for them, I do tend to, they're going to start off with their degrees. But that's important because, I need to know what rank they are. If I have to introduce them, I need to know, how to bring them in, grand honors, et cetera, et cetera. So if I'm meeting them at some type of official lodge function or even a banquet, they'll usually lead with their titles or higher degrees. If I'm meeting somebody on the street and maybe they've got a square and compass on their logo, square and compasses on their shirt, and I just recognize them as a Mason, it's rare that they'll start with their degrees. They'll start just what lodge they are. We'll just kind of shoot the shit for a few minutes. I would say if it becomes a situation where, like, I always suggest to newer Masons, if you're an EA, entered apprentice, and you meet a Mason on the street, you should always mention early on that you're an entered apprentice, because if the Mason you're meeting is a master Mason, you don't want him to start to divulge secrets of the higher degree by accident because he doesn't know that you're an EA. So I always recommend kind of advising your rank relatively early. And when you're signing into a book to get into a habit, I always recommend if you're signing in, you put in brackets next to your name, your rank, EA, FC, MM, that type of thing. It's very rare that, people will introduce themselves or lead with titles beyond the first 3 degrees and like worshipful master. So they're not really going to mention York Rite, Scottish Rite rankings unless we specifically bring up York or Scottish Rite. Because again, why would they have to, right? And again, they don't know, just because they know you're a Mason, they don't know what rank you are in terms of Scottish Rite, York Rite, or if you're any rank. So it really is contextual, but I always recommend for newer Masons, advise of your rank earlier on in the process, just so you don't start learning anything you're not supposed to learn. I appreciate that. I mean, again, Rondo, I try to acknowledge. I mean, what the bumper sticker says. Rondo, it depends on context, right? Because I'm doing these streams talking about Freemasonry, I do want to, as much as I can, try to explain or present my bona fides. So I want to mention, that I am a past master, because it helps kind of explain my my knowledge, my qualifications, why I feel like I can speak about these things. And certainly if I have, say, one of our conspiracy theorist folks on the stream, and he's, explaining I'm a past master can help at least maybe show that I do know what I'm talking about, or am able to refute some of what he says. But, it also, you don't want to just be walking down the street telling somebody, I'm a past master, so you have to listen to me, right? You have to find that balance. It's a tricky balance between humbleness and, not humbleness and arrogance, but humbleness and ability. So if that makes sense. Ask one to be one. That is a very common bumper sticker, and it's a very good bumper sticker. Many Masons do research and study. Many Masons, that is one of their favorite things to do. One of my favorite things to do is to research and study. Absolutely. Studying ritual. That is something that we do all the time. I hope, by the way, that everybody watching this is doing well. Please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to start on the main topics of today, which is going to be how you can support this channel, how you can support Square Income's promotions, as well as what Masonic events happening I'm looking forward to, both globally and in my own backyard, and Victoria Day weekend and what the plans are for that. CD, how's it going? Welcome back. I feel like it's been a bit, so welcome back. Thank you for being here. I hope that you are having a great Monday. I was going to say a great long weekend, but I don't believe you get Victoria Day. Your long weekend would be what, coming up next week, Memorial Day? I study the mineral composition of Earth and its connections. Well, Freemasonry was based on stone masonry, right? And stone masonry is based on stone, and stone is based on the mineral composition of Earth, amongst other things. So that's really cool. It's nice to see mineral and stone coming into the chat. I actually did a chat once about the origins of stone masonry and how far back you want to take it, which I thought was a really fun and really enjoyable stream. Any plans for Memorial Day, CD? The granting knowledge, the granting of life memberships is something that does seem to be going out of fashion a fair bit in Freemasonry. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not personally a huge fan of them, to be honest. And not every lodge has rules and requirements about there are some lodges where they will do a thing where if you are over the age of 90, you get your life membership automatically. Some have a thing where if you've been a Mason for 50 years, you get your life membership automatically. Some have no set about that one or the other. It's just if you want to be a life member, you have to apply and join as you normally would. So it really does just depend on the lodge itself. I think I have seen a couple lodges where if, I believe it's over the age of 90. If you're over the age of 90, you're granted life membership. So in theory, you could join at 89 years of age, right? And then become a life member after 1 year. I've seen other lodges where, like I said, it's 50, 60 years in, and I've seen some where it's just a matter of purchasing the life membership. Okay, well, sometimes that's what a long weekend Memorial Day is, right? Sometimes what it is a chance to get just stuff done and be productive. I always think about it's one TV show I've really got into lately is New Girl, which is an old sitcom, and there's this episode I really like where it's a sitcom where it's like a bunch of roommates, a bunch of male roommates and one female roommate, and the one female roommate is taking going out or taking a trip or something, and all the guys are saying like we're gonna have a guys' night in. um, you know, uh, they say they're going to go party and go crazy, and then they end up just doing a bunch of household chores and doing their laundry and like cleaning the house and all the things they were putting off. So sometimes Memorial Days or long weekends are like that. It's just a day to get done all the shit that keeps getting put off. That's what I use, when I have a break for, because there's always something more to do, unfortunately. Welcome, by the way, if you're just joining us. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Yeah, always win. I will leave a link to um, that thing that I wrote in just 1 second. Just give me 1 sec to find it. And thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. Please take a moment, if you are just joining us, to hit that like and subscribe button. And let me know how it's going. Interesting. 11 votes. Is your Masonic Lodge by doing anything to celebrate or note May long weekend? Not Canadian No Long Weekend is in the lead with 9 votes, but then 1 yes and 1 no. To the person who said yes, if you're still in the stream, I'd love to know what your yes is, what your lodge is doing. And I am trying to just track down my first stonemason story to share in the thing. So always win. Let me know if you see it. I just put down a link to my Medium story on the first stonemason. If you want to click on that link and follow me on Medium, I would truly appreciate it. Follow me on Medium. Clap for that. We're talking in 5 minutes. We're going to start on the main subject: how you can support Square Income's promotions, as well as how you can support Square Income's promotions, and part of that is through Medium. So we'll talk about that in a second. My favorite part of being a Mason, I've actually talked about this on Medium also. My favorite part of being a Mason is it provides me with the opportunity to fight for a better world. Or another way we could put it is my favorite part of being a Freemason is the belief that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. You are welcome. Always win. Let me know what you think of it, by the way. Let me know what you think of the article. If you read it, if you save it for later, if you can follow me on Medium, all that good jazz. Let's give another 5 minutes. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, hopefully, I don't think personal enjoyment is the most important thing, period. I understand why, if it's your time, you want to spend your time doing something you enjoy. I think that's obvious. But having said that, you know, there's more important things than enjoyment, personal enjoyment. There's doing things that make the world a better place. Um, I hope everybody is doing well, by the way. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. We are going to be jumping in with our main topics in a couple more minutes. Um, 3 topics going to be how you can support Scoring Government promotions, how exciting events happening Masonically around the world and at home that I'm very much excited for and looking forward to. And Victoria Day long weekend in general. And this was meant to be like an all-day stream. So basically, it's going to be one of those things where we start with our topics at the hour mark, and then we go back to just hanging out and chatting. And I can share my screen. We can talk about different topics and subjects. That is going to be really. That's what makes it really special and really fun. I got my coffee. I got a bunch of coffees. And I love this thing, by the way. My friend Jason gave me this. I love it. He gave me the sticker as well, but this keeps my coffee hot forever. So I absolutely love it and appreciate it. Get yourself a thermos. If you love coffee as much as I do, get yourself a thermos. Interesting. Someone just wrote about wrestling. The matches are just the beginning. I would say the same thing about Freemasonry. The ritual is just the beginning. Welcome. If you are just joining us, if you are Canadian, I hope you are having a great great Victoria Day long weekend. If you are American, I hope that you are looking forward to your Memorial Day long weekend next weekend. And I do appreciate you spending your Monday with me on this channel, trying a new time. I started this at 12, trying it back on my computer with my microphone. Let me know how it sounds, how it looks, all that jazz. And let us get started. It is what I mean. I'm not giving medical advice. I will say for me, coffee is good for the soul. I love coffee. What's your favorite coffee CD? Mine, I've talked about this in the stream before. I'm not sure if anybody remembers, but my favorite is I can't Dunkin' Donuts. I adore Dunkin's donut coffee. I wish, yeah, I think it's amazing. So and I feel bad because it's possible to get here in Canada. Like I'm sure it exists in Canada. I just have no idea where it is, and I never see it. Let me see. I'm gonna type this into Google. Let's rely on Google AI. Before I start on my main topics, where is Dunkin' Donuts in Canada? Dunkin' Donuts no longer has any locations in Canada. Boo, because I love Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I love all coffee. I think Tim's is great, but Dunkin' Donuts is where it's at. All right. And I know I'm Canadian. I should be buying Canadian. I do try my best to buy Canadian as often as I can, but I'm sorry. It's not my fault that Dunkin's makes just great coffee. All right. It's not. Espresso. Oh, going with the fancy stuff. I may have a trip to Latin America soon ish. And if I do for some Masonic events, I am beyond excited to try the coffee there because as a coffee lover, drinking coffee in South America, Latin America seems like it's going to be an incredible opportunity. Welcome, by the way. Let us get started now. All right, so topic number 1 is going to be how to support square and compass promotions. Oh man, do you need a DD ground? I do. I will. Yes. Yes. Raised eyebrow. If you would be so kind as to send me some Dunkin's coffee, I would truly appreciate it. Um, that would make, I would consider you to be my favorite audience member if you would send me some Dunkin's Donut coffee. Yes, and I want to go to Brazil because there's a Masonic event happening in Brazil, and I really want to get to it. Honestly, it's really just an excuse for me to get there and try their coffee, to be perfectly frank. But it's a whole other can of tuna. Yeah, see, we gave you beer, so you give me coffee because there is like a Dunkin' Donuts prohibition happening right now in Canada. So help me out, raised eyebrow. I would appreciate it very much. All right, so there are many ways to support Square and Compass promotions. The first way I want to talk about are all of the free ways, the ways that don't cost you any money, but nonetheless you can support. One of them you guys are already doing, watching our live streams, commenting in the chat, answering the poll question, hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and also sharing this stream on your social media channel, sharing any stream or any content. It's all completely free to do, and it helps out big time. You know, the YouTube algorithm, what it supports more than anything else, right, is engagement. How are people engaging? And engaging means hitting the like button, hitting, hit engagement means more than just hitting the subscribe button. In some ways, subscribers, which is incredibly helpful, and every subscriber helps, but that can be more of a vanity metric. If people are subscribing, but they're not interacting with the content, that's not as helpful as somebody who not only subscribes, but actually hits the like button, comments in the chat, and shares the stream and comments on videos, right? All of that stuff on YouTube is hugely important. Now, YouTube is where I produce most of my content. My content exploring the ways in which Freemasonry is relevant to the communities in which it is located, as well as exploring topics of Masonic interest. But it's not the exclusive place where I produce content. I also produce content on Medium, which is almost like YouTube for written work. I put the link in the chat to my Medium page. If you go there, you can sign up to become a member. Again, this is completely for free. Doesn't cost you anything. There are paid membership options, but there's also free membership options. You become a free member, and then you can follow me on Medium. You can clap, is what it's called, or provide applause for a story or stories that you like. And again, you can comment on the stories, leave what's called a reply, which is like a comment on a YouTube video. And that's another great way to support Square Comments Promotions and support our content. So once again, follow that link. And again, it is completely free to do. And again, it's not so much the following, although that's hugely helpful. It's the following plus the liking plus the replying, plus the sharing of the content. That is the thing that is going to be the most helpful and the most supportive. Then I am also have content um, on Podbean. This is older content. It's not something because I wasn't getting a ton of views in it compared to YouTube. I kind of stopped posting on there, but I do have older content on there. Let me just pull up the link for that one. This again is something free, and finding me on here, if I start to get a lot more interest once again on my Podbean account, it might be worth me taking another look at it and maybe considering posting there once again. That is an exclusively audio format, so it's something you can listen to in your car, things like that. And that is a link to a Podbean episode where, again, you can follow me on Podbean. Then, and this again is another, and that's for free as well. Another thing that you can do that is completely for free, but is incredibly helpful, is joining me on my Patreon. Patreon.com/square and compass, which I've been really excited to see the growth on Patreon lately. Thank you to everybody who's joined. Patreon.com/square and compass. And again, this is something where you can become a member for free. The benefit of becoming a member on Patreon are there are posts I do and sometimes streams I do, which are exclusive for Patreon members, and including Patreon members who are at the free membership level. If you join different membership levels, some of which are paid, you get other perks, which we're going to talk about in a second. But patreon.com/square-and-compass, there's a lot that you can access there that is exclusive to Patreon members that you can't access anywhere else. Another thing you can do completely for free, once again, is join our mailing list. I send out somewhat regular, although less so now, MailChimp email blasts, where I'll send out an email advising of an interview I'm particularly proud of, something happening Masonically that I want to share, content that I want to share to a wider audience, and I will send out an email blast, and you'll get it delivered right to your email address with, again, the information on it. If you, oops, sorry, I messed up there with the link. Let me try this one more time. It is squareandcompass.ca/contact. One more time, https://squareandcompass.ca/contact. If you go there, you'll be taken to a contact page. Put your name, contact info, email, and just mention you want to be added to my list, and I will add you to my email distribution list. And yeah, delivered right to your mailbox will be MailChimp eBlast. I do those Sundays at 6 p.m. Not every Sunday. It just depends if I have something special I want to share. But having you sign up and contact me through that would be incredibly helpful. And again, sharing that page with others would be incredibly helpful also. And last but not least, social media. I have Instagram accounts. I'll share with you my main Instagram account, instagram.com/square-and-compass-promotions. I also have a account for Masonic buildings, which, let me see if I can share that. Both the exteriors of Masonic buildings, the facades, many of which are absolutely beautiful and absolutely historic, and the interiors, more specifically the lodge rooms themselves. I'm also on Blue Sky, which I'll share my Blue Sky. And all of this is free. Both it's free to follow me on there. It's also free to share, like, comment, subscribe, etc., etc. It's free to do, like, follow. It's free to do all of those things. That's Blue Sky. And I'm on the Twitter / the X. I have 2 pages there, but I usually use my personal page to comment on that. That's my Twitter, Cameron Adams, so at 16. And last but not least, I have my Square and Compass Facebook page. Which is facebook.com/Square Compass Essex. Honestly, right now, it's South America, Latin America. That's on my list big time. So, and just to go through this, right, the first way to support Square and Compass Promotions is by doing things that are completely for free, but are nonetheless helpful. So that includes liking, commenting, and sharing our YouTube content, whether it be live streams, shorts, videos. Leaving a like, leaving a comment, sharing it all demonstrates engagement, and engagement is what the YouTube algorithm most supports, as well as, by the way, watching for a length of time. The longer you watch, it sends a message to the algorithm that there's something interesting or unique in the video, as well as interacting, by the way, with my YouTube posts. I post a lot of pictures, poll questions, quizzes on YouTube, answering all of those. Just interaction with YouTube content is completely free and completely supportive and very much helps. And I truly appreciate everybody on the stream who's done so thus far. Your interactions and support 100% mean the world. You can also follow me on Medium, which is like YouTube for written content. Again, you can do that completely for free. And again, once you follow, if you hit the clap button, interact with it by leaving a reply, leaving a remark, sharing it, that interaction helps big time. You can also find older content on Podbean. We're also on Apple, Spotify. It's all older content. Find the Square and Compass podcast on those locations and give a follow, give a like to some of that stuff. Again, it's the interaction that's critical and interaction that's key. You can become a member for free, completely for free on patreon.com/Square and Compass. The benefit of becoming a member for free on Patreon is you get access to content, questions, polls that you don't usually get access to. And also, it means, you may get first dibs to, for example, suggest topics, content, information you want. Is there a, subject you want me to cover on Freemasonry that I'm not covering before, or you wish others would cover, or you've seen others cover you want me to cover? Just let me know what it is, and I will do my best. Signing up, again, is for free. Signing up for our MailChimp e-blasts by going to squareandcompass.ca/contact and leaving your name and email address, sending to me and just saying, I want to be on the MailChimp e-blasts. I will make sure to include you in the blasts, which I send out Sundays at 6 p.m. Not every Sunday. It just depends if I have anything extra special I want to share. But it's a great way for you to keep in touch with me, so you can do it that way as well. Follow me on Instagram. I have 3 Instagram accounts. Instagram.com/square_and_compass_promotions. Instagram.com/Masonic Buildings 1. And Instagram.com/Masonic Building Interiors. Follow me on Blue Sky at squarecompasspromo.bsky.social. Follow me on Twitter, Cameron Adamso 16, or follow me on Facebook.com/squarecompassessex. Those are all completely free ways to support the channel, and they help out massively. And really, I think the biggest key is it's interaction, interaction, interaction. Subscribers are great. I'm grateful for every subscriber I have. Subscribers plus interaction is what really takes a YouTube channel over the top. If so, I'm gonna go to Courtney's question and then go back to this. If I could have lunch with any famous Mason, who would it be? See, famous Mason is the key part there. If you were to say any Mason, who would it be? It'd be my grandfather, who I never got to meet on my dad's side. But in terms of if it's a famous Mason, Winston Churchill, maybe? It might be interesting. George Washington? John A. Macdonald? I'm going to go with Winston Churchill. So those are the free ways to support. Then there are options to support Square and Compass that are paid. The biggest one is, again, Patreon. Patreon.com/Square and Compass. We do have different levels of support where you can support at different levels. You know, there's the $3 a month level. This is all American, by the way. $3 a month level up to $50 American month level. Each level provides you with different benefits. At the $5 a level month, you will receive a scale model Windsor Masonic Temple, 7 inches by 7 inches, perfect for train sets, model villages, and a great decorative piece. Courtney actually got one. Courtney, let me know what you thought of it. I know you sent a picture of you with it. You sign up with your credit card. Is completely, it's one of those things where you can sign up and cancel anytime. There's no requirement. And again, patreon.com provides a great way and a great opportunity to support the channel. And again, it can be for as low as, you can actually pick whatever number you want. You could do it for $1 a month American, up to, again, $50 US per month. And again, with the $50 per US per month, you do get the scale model Masonic Temple. You also get and receive, kind of first dibs sometimes at special content, special correspondence. We have a community chat, which is open for people at the paid membership levels. So once again, that is, I'll leave the membership links there for you guys to check out. The other way that you can support Square and Compass promotions is by, not the paid level, is by becoming a paid member of Medium. And if you become a paid member of Medium, whenever you check out or view a Medium article, then it's possible to, a certain amount of money is provided to the author of that article. So that's another Medium option that's available. Or you can just support by, taking advantage of my PayPal, Square and Compass Promotions PayPal, and sending money directly there, which some people have done in the past, made, sent money to support the content and the content work being done. Again, I've been very proud of and very excited about what I'm seeing in terms of our Patreon in particular. It is growing, and that's wonderful to see. I'm hoping that the growth continues. Thank you, everybody who has, become a member thus far. It is truly, truly appreciated. And again, really, I think the key is for support: interact, interact, interact. That is, liking, that is commenting, that is sharing, that is subscribing. But a subscription without any liking and commenting and stuff is not going to push it as far as the interactions. That's why, Courtney, I truly appreciate all the times that you leave comments and likes and share, things of that nature. That helps big time. And honestly, anywhere in social media, and this is my advice for anybody trying to get into the social media game, what the algorithms, at least in my experience, as someone who's still very new, and still, not nearly as successful as others, is what you want to try to encourage is, as much as you possibly can, the interaction amongst the audience, having people leave comments, likes, subscriptions, sharing, watching for longer periods of times. That is key. And honestly, you could even say that that's kind of a metaphor in a lot of ways for Freemasonry, right? Like if you consider a lodge membership equal to a YouTube subscription. So John Smith joins Freemasonry. He's now a member. That is equivalent to clicking the subscribe button on a YouTube video, right? Ultimately, that's helpful, but that's not what is going to create a successful lodge in the long term. What's going to create a successful lodge in the long term is how much that member interacts with the lodge, how regularly he attends, how often he responds to the secretary, how often he takes part in lodge, right? And I think that's true for that's true for businesses, that's true for almost everything, right? It's not the one-time act of joining a membership. It's not the one-time act of becoming a subscriber. It's not the one-time act of, being a customer one time at a store. It's the frequent interactions that create a successful experience, whether it be a successful business, successful lodge, or successful social media channel. So interact. That is the best way you can support the channel. Having said, and that is completely free to do. If you want to support financially, there are ways to do so, again, through Patreon or Medium. But I would say at this stage, your interactions are the most important things to me. So I hope that provided you with some good ideas on how you can support Square Income's promotions, as well as how you can support anything that you love, how you can support your Masonic Lodge, right? Being a member is good. Being a member who attends regularly and interacts regularly, that's better. That's the key. All right. So with that in mind, I hope that was a good explanation. Next, let's talk about some things I'm looking forward to in 2025, specifically, but not exclusively to the summer. So some of these I'm going to try to make it to. Some of these I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to or not. Some of these I don't necessarily plan on attending per se, but rather are just things I'm interested in learning more about. So if anybody watching this has any knowledge or information about these things, I would love it if you could potentially share those with me. I would truly appreciate it. So first, one event that seems really cool is the District of the Grand Lodge of, or the Lodge of, yes, Bucharest Red, bringing up the very good point. Hitting the notification bell, that really important. A lot of people are subscribed to me, but not a lot actually have hit the notification button. So please do that as well. That way, every time I have new content, you will be reminded of it. YouTube will be so kind as to let you know, and you can come and join Bucharest Red with a very good point. All right. So this is a thing I'm very excited for, and I want to learn more about, and I'm thinking about trying to make it and visit. Let me know if you can see this on your screen. The District Grand Lodge of South America Northern Division, which is in Brazil. I guess, is celebrating its 90th anniversary of when it was chartered through the United Grand Lodge of England. They are having a District Grand Lodge annual meeting on June 14th, 2025 in Rio de Janeiro. This year, we celebrate 90 years of our District Grand Lodge. 2025 marks the 90th anniversary of the District Grand Lodge of South America Northern Division. Under the United Grand Lodge of England, a remarkable journey of English Freemasonry in Brazil. To commemorate this historic occasion, a special celebration will be held during our annual district meeting on 14th of June in Rio de Janeiro. Founded in 1935, when 10 English lodges in Brazil joined under UGLE's authority, the District Grand Lodge was established to preserve the values, rituals, and identity of English Freemasonry in South America. We look forward to welcoming brethren from across the district and abroad to this memorable gathering. Join us in celebrating 90 years of brotherly love, relief, and truth. I have been contacting a few people trying to learn more information about this event. If you know anything about this event, please let me know in the chat, because I have never been to South or Latin America, certainly never in any Masonic context, and I really, really want to go. It seems like an amazing place. So it's on my list, 100%, of places, things I want to learn more about, both Freemasonry in Brazil in general and this June 14th event in particular. So let me know more about that. If you know anything more, let me know. Next, and by the way, if you know of any events that you're excited for, please let me know in the chat as well. I would love to know. And again, I'm just going to be pulling this up and sharing the screen in just 1 second. There's the World Conference of the Masonic Fraternity. And also, by the way, I'm not making any comments here about recognition, not recognition. I understand different lodges have different recognitions. Not everything I mentioned here may be recognized by every jurisdiction, including my own. But, recognition doesn't mean you can't talk about it, find it interesting, want to learn more about it. I want to make that absolutely clear. Or even maybe get advice from them as to what you can bring to your lodge to make it a success. Never, wherever a good idea comes from, good ideas are good ideas. So there is the World Conference of the Masonic Fraternity. Let me know if you can see this screen. This is taking place in Manila, in the Philippines. It is with great honor and privilege that we invite you to join us at the World Conference of the Masonic Fraternity 2025, a landmark event that will take place from June 10th to 14th, 2025 at the historic Manila Hotel, located in the heart of Manila, the vibrant capital of the Philippines. This significant event, organized by the Grand Lodge Soberana, I can't pronounce that, del Archipelago Filipino, promises to be an extraordinary occasion, bringing together Freemasons from across the globe to celebrate our shared values, strengthen our bonds, and promote the principles of our ancient and honorable fraternity. The venue, the Manila Hotel, with its storied past and iconic stature, is the perfect venue for the historic Masonic Conference 2025. As the grand dame of the Philippine hotels, it has been a symbol of elegance and prestige since 1912, hosting world leaders, dignitaries, and significant events. Its rich history aligns with the Masonic brotherhood, tradition, honor, and unity. Located in the heart of Manila, overlooking the famous Manila Bay, the venue offers not only a luxurious setting, but also a deep connection to Filipino heritage, making it an ideal choice for this important gathering of Masonic leaders around the world. A grand celebration in the Pearl of the Orient, Manila, known as Pearl of Orient, is a city rich in history and culture. As the capital of the Philippines, it has been the center of political, economic, and cultural activities for centuries. The World Conference of the Masonic Fraternity 2025 will be a unique opportunity to explore this fascinating city while participating in meaningful discussions and activities that will further the mission of Freemasonry worldwide. We are especially excited to invite you to the ceremonial event on June 12, 2025, the historic Rizal Memorial Gardens. This momentous occasion will be graced by local and international dignitaries, including the President of the Philippines, who will be joining us in celebrating Independence Day and paying tribute to the heroism of our national hero and brother Mason, Jose Rizal. So that is something that's happening June 10th to the 14th in the Philippines, and something that I think looks incredible as well, and something I would love to learn more about. And I've contacted them as well and asked for more information. Next up, I do want to make sure I share some love for local Masonic events that are happening here in my own hometown, here in Windsor, my own home base. I have a double first degree coming up on June 23rd, so this coming Friday. On June 24th, there is, and this is open to the public actually, a cemetery walk at St. John's Anglican Church, where we're going to learn about the history of the Masonic connections in St. John's Anglican Church, followed by Trinity Lodge is holding its installation of officers, and I love attending those very much. Those are really, really special and a lot of fun. Installations in general. So that's the 23rd and 24th of this month. Next month, June 5th, is Master's Night. I am a master of my lodge, Border Cities Lodge, and as a consequence, I am going to be taking part in Master's Night in Great Western Lodge. So that's going to be a lot of fun. June 7th is the annual Essex County District Fish Fry, which is going to be really, really special as well, and a lot of fun. I can't wait to take part in that. It was a great time last year, and it's going to be a great time this year as well. I look forward to it. Followed by, July. In Ontario, we have our annual communication, which is taking place the third Wednesday in July, as it always does. And I cannot wait for that as well. So there's a lot of really exciting and really fun events coming up that I want to learn more about. There's also, and Bucharest Red, you may know more about this based on where you're at, where you're from, kind of your. I want to talk to John J. Meeks about this as well. But Russia is holding its annual communication in June. If I recall correctly, June 13th. Let me just double check if I can make sure to get the dates correct on that. I just got to see if I can track it down, because I know it was saying, I remember seeing a posting where it was saying what when it was going to be taking place, but I can't find it now. But it was June 13th, if I recall correctly, or thereabouts. Actually, no, sorry, June 7th or 8th. Now I'm trying to find this stupid thing. Oh, here it is. The assembly, the Grand Lodge of Russia's assembly will be taking place in 17 days, 10 hours, and 12 minutes. Let me just share that screen so you guys can find it or see it. Let me know if you guys can see it there. Oops, wrong screen I'm sharing. Let me try this one more time. Share screen, here it is. 17 days, 10 hours, 12 minutes until the Grand Lodge of Russia's assembly. So that's another June event that I really want to learn more about, and I'm really excited to check out. So I hope that I hope you found those interesting. Let me know if there's anything happening in your Masonic life that excites you, or not even necessarily that's happening in your Masonic life or career, but rather just something you've heard about maybe you saw something on social media and you find it interesting. I'd love to know. I'd love to know what your thoughts are. Anything you're excited about. Maybe it's something that you're excited about that I know about, in which case that would be great as well, because then, I could maybe share my information with you, how to register, how to join, all that good jazz. So please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know, what are you most looking forward to Masonically, especially over this summer, summer of 2025. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And I do want to make sure I don't forget, and we don't, I keep talking about, Victoria Day 2025 and Freemasonry, because there are some interesting connections between the two therein. So let me just. One of the interesting things is, so that's the next topic, is going to be Victoria Day 2025. I'm just going to give this a few minutes, though, and to see, again, if anybody wants to put in the comments anything they're looking forward to, Bucharest Red. If there's anything you have, you want to mention in the chat about things you're looking forward to, I'd love to hear them. Masonic or even otherwise, let me just know what's happening and anything you're excited about. I'd love to hear it. And welcome. By the way, Canadian Masons, is your Masonic Lodge or body doing anything to celebrate? Note, May long weekend. Of the 12 votes, 8 of you are not Canadian, so you get no long weekend. Sad face to you. But you get it next weekend, Memorial Day, if you're American. So you get that at least. 3 no's and 1 yes. To the one person who said yes, I'd love to know what your lodge is doing. Is it, taking part in a parade, doing something on social media? I'd love to know. And if you would just give me 2 minutes, I'm just going to be getting ready for the next and the final portion of this, of our, or not final portion, we're going to be on for a long day, but the final topic I want to cover, which is Freemasonry and Victoria Day, which a lot of people don't realize there are connections between the two. But there, in fact, are connections between the two. Alexander Robert Duncan, Canadian soldier who won Canada's first Victoria Cross at the charge of the Light Brigade. Okay, very cool. Was he a Freemason himself? I wouldn't doubt if he was. Obviously, Freemasonry had that massive boom period after World War One. Very much kind of pushed by returning soldiers. Interestingly enough, this is kind of a side note, but it's a really cool topic. One of the really interesting little piece of historical facts about Canadian Freemasonry is, for many years, to be a Canadian Freemason, you had to have all 4 of your limbs. You couldn't be missing any limbs. But the reason that rule was changed to allow Masons such as myself, who are missing my legs, to join, is because after World War I, many returning soldiers were missing their limbs due to war injuries, and yet the Grand Lodge obviously felt that it was unfair to, not allow these men who had sacrificed their limbs and put their lives on the line for Canada, not allow them to join Freemasonry upon the return. So, which I, think is obviously happy about, for no other reason than that meant I could join. I'll look up Alexander Robert Dunn in a second. But thank you for sharing that, Bucharest Red. So one of the connections between Freemasonry and Victoria Day, one of them is the founding of Victoria Lodge in Sarnia, Canada, which is named after Queen Victoria, the British monarch during the period of Canadian Confederation. And this is from Google. This lodge, like many others, were associated with prominent figures in the city's early history. Its first mayor was a member. So it was named after Queen Victoria, the British monarch who played a symbolic role in the nation's history in Sarnia, Canada. The founding of Victoria Lodge and other Freemasonry lodges coincide with the development of Canada. Many other lodges were associated. Queen Victoria, her reign and symbolic rule, so she was the monarch during the formation of Canada, are reflected in the naming of Victoria Lodge and other similar structures. Interestingly enough as well, there's been some really cool clips. There was a article in the newspaper from the I believe it was 20s. It's very interesting. I found it here. Nice. Getting camping is awesome. That is very cool. And CD, I hope that you enjoy getting closer to nature. This is a newspaper article I clipped from newspaper.com, which is great, by the way. Let me know if you can see it. How Bismarck fumed and raved because he could not have Paris bombarded, his Boswell has shown us. He attributed it all to the influence of the then crown princess, backed by the influence of Queen Victoria, and to dash Freemasonry. So we even get blamed for that. So that was really interesting. And I'm going to check out Robert Dunn. Quick search, see if he was a Freemason himself. Looks like he was. Yeah, he was. The Alberta Freemason, Brother Alexander Roberts Dunn, Victoria Cross winner. Let's actually share this screen here. This was from the Alberta Freemason in November 2006. Alexander Roberts Dunn was born 15 September 1833 in York, Ontario, the eldest son of John Henry Dunn. He was educated at Upper Canada College, a private boys' school. After the death of his mother, his family moved to England, where he attended Harrow School. In March 1852, he purchased a commission in the 11th Hussars, also known as the Cherry Pickers, the 6-foot, 3-inch tall lieutenant with the drooping mustache who needed an oversized saber made by Wilkinson's for his use. On 25th October 1854, the 11th Hussars were part of the ill-fated Charge Light Brigade against the Russian guns. The Victoria Cross was created by the Royal Warrant on 29th January 1856, but since it has been inspired by the events of the Crimean War, it was recognized for acts of valor dating back from the start of that campaign. In 1854, and Brother Dunn became the first Canadian so honored, although several more lurid descriptions be found of his actions, the official citations appearing in the London Gazette on the 24th of February, 1857 read, for having in the light cavalry charge of 25th October, 1854, saved the life of Sergeant Bentley, to rear, and afterwards cutting down a Russian hussar who was attacking Private Levet. He was the only commissioned officer who have participated in the charge to receive a Victoria Cross. The first investiture for the Victoria Cross was held at Hyde Park, London on Friday, 28th of June, 1857. I'm just trying to figure out which lodge in which he was a member, or of which he was a member. Brother Alexander Robert Dunn's, just his lodge membership. Alexander Roberts Dunn. Hamilton Valley of looks like he was Scottish Rite member as well. He was not a Mountie, at least not to my knowledge. I do not know. Sorry, Spirit, I did see your question. I do not know off the top of my head of any Masonic Mounties. I'm sure there are. I could do a Google search. Might find something. Oh, here it is. Alexander Roberts Dunn was a member of Ionic Lodge number 18, now number 25, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Let me see if I can share this here. Let me know if you can see that on the screen. So again, Victoria Day, Victoria, as was the Victoria Cross, and maybe the first Canadian to receive the Victoria Cross was a Mason himself, a member of Ionic Lodge number 18, now number 25, Toronto, Ontario. Was first exposure to Mounties. First of all, the Mountie was awesome. So that was very, very great to see. You know, the Mountie was a great villain. I was lucky enough to meet the Mountie once. Incredible guy, really, really cool guy, really cool fellow. It was awesome to see him, to meet him in person. He was really nice. Don't let that, don't tell anybody that, obviously, because he was a great villain as well. I remember his stuff with the taser was so great. He had a really great theme song as well. I think it was written by Jimmy Hart, if I recall it correctly. And I was looking, I could not find any off the top of my searches, any Victoria Day posts made specifically by Masons. Let me see if I can actually track something down. Because I want to see, I hope more of our Masonic lodges would post something about Victoria Day, more of our Canadian Masonic lodges, I should say. It's a shame when I think they don't. I think, Freemasons need to be posting more stuff in general about, Happy Victoria Day from Lodge number 5. Like maybe Ionic Lodge could post something on social media about their member and why he's so important to Victoria Day and Canadian Freemasons. It was great. The taser was great. Welcome, by the way. If you are just joining us, please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how your Victoria Day is going. If you're a Canadian Mason, we have 13 votes. Looks like the vast majority of people watching are not Canadians. So they don't get a long weekend. But if you're American, you get one next week. So that's okay. But also, yes and no. Looks like there are a couple lodges that are doing stuff to celebrate Victoria Day. So if you are a member of one of those Masonic lodges or bodies, let me know what you're doing in the chat. I truly love to know. And thank you, everybody who is here. Let me know if you have any questions on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. We were doing, we kind of covered my main topics, which was how you can support Square and Compass promotions, as well as exciting Masonic events happening in kind of summer, June specifically, both worldwide and local to me, which I want to share, and Freemasonry and Victoria Day. So I'd love to, now that we're kind of done with those topics, I'd love to go back to hearing, what do you want to talk about it? What do you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry? Any thoughts you have? This stream is really a long weekend hangout stream. So I'm going to be on for a while and just chat, jump in the chat. Let me know how you're doing and what it is that you want to chat about. Another yes vote. That's awesome to see. It's coming along really well. It's coming along excellently. You can actually purchase it, I think, for $10, if I recall correctly. So yeah, the ref didn't see it, which, if you're a professional wrestling fan, as you know, the ref never sees it. We're blind. What can I say? That's another great way to support me. Check out the movie I'm in. You can purchase it for $10. Oh, I hope Arlene is doing well. You're not late at all. It's great to have you join. Thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to have you. And these streams, especially on a long weekend where it's just a chill hangout stream, there is no early or late. Anytime you get here is perfectly the right time. I hope Arlene is doing well. Tell her I say hello. Let me know how you are doing in the meantime. I hope you are enjoying your long weekend, Dad. Oh, let's see. I have. I mean, I have. I've thought of joining the Shrine. I've thought of joining York Rite. I've thought of getting my 32nd degree in Scottish Rite. I'm just very busy. I told myself I would join those other rites once I got to a point where I kind of felt I had accomplished everything I wanted to in my Masonic career, in my Blue Lodge career, I should say, before moving on to Scottish, before moving on to, Shrine or even York Rite. So I've kind of set myself a timeline of when I turn 60, which it's scary to think how close that is. That's 19 years away. I'm closer to 60 than I am to 20, which I do not like at all. I'm going to look at joining the Shrine and the York. But, it's kind of like, I would say, though, we as Freemasons, we can support our organizations, our rights. We can support York Rite. We can support whatever it might be. We can support all of these things without needing to join them. Like the Shrine often has dinners that you can go to, even if you're not a Mason. But if you're a Mason, you can go to the dinners and pay for those. Help them fundraise. You can buy fruit cakes in Windsor in Christmas time for the Shrine. You can post about Shrine events on social media. Like, there are a million ways you can support the Shrine, support York Rite, support Scottish Rite without being a member. Just take part in their fundraisers, go to their special events. Like, there's so much you can do. I think sometimes in Freemasonry, again, this kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier when I talked about supporting the channel, we overestimate the importance of membership and underestimate the importance of interaction, right? So just because you are not a member of, like, you'll have guys who they'll become a member of the York, right? Let's say, but then never attend any events or attend any special functions. Whereas you'll have other guys who are not a member of the York Rite, but will take part in their fundraisers, will share their events, will try to support them in different ways. Will go to their information sessions. Honestly, in my opinion, you are the person who is a member but never shows up is not being nearly as helpful as a person who is not a member but is interacting with them regularly. Interaction is more important than participate. Interaction is more important than just being a name on a piece of paper or a name on a register somewhere. That is really critical. So the long way of saying I'm not planning on joining the shrine anytime soon, but I do still do my best to support them as much as I can by taking part in their fundraisers and things of that nature. No, you don't want to spread yourself too thin. I agree with that. One job at a time. Absolutely. That is a good lesson for all Freemasons as well. Do something, do it well, but don't spread yourself so thin that you get burnt out. Which is, in fairness, a pretty common problem that is happening, I would say, in many Masonic events, Masonic careers, I should say, around the world. I hope everybody, though, is doing well. Please take a moment, as always, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. By the way, I am getting back into my episodes. I have another interview happening this weekend, or it's actually tomorrow, excuse me, talking about Freemasonry and mindfulness and how Freemasons can benefit from mindfulness engagement, similar to what I talked about before with the meditation ideas in our Masonic lodges. So I'm going to do the interview tomorrow, and then I'll probably be releasing it as I normally do on Sunday. Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which I look forward to very much. It's with somebody from Core Power Yoga, which is a place I love. So getting the chance to take part in that is going to be something I really look forward to, because Core Power Yoga is awesome. And by the way, I do have to give one more time a huge shout out to the Temple Ballroom happening at the Windsor Masonic Temple. They have had 2 days of incredible events. Yesterday was Hocus Pocus, a great magic event, and the day before was Venus Envy, a great drag event that took place in the ballroom, which was packed, like 150 people maybe. When I got there, I was watching it. It was just incredible to see how well attended it was. So congratulations to the Temple Ballroom on 2 absolutely amazing days, 2 absolutely amazing events. And more to come. I should have mentioned that one thing that's happening this summer that I think is going to be incredible is going to be they're doing a production of A Few Good Men. The famous You Can't Handle the Truth movie. They're doing a stage production of that in our theater. So I can't wait to watch that. I'm going to be buying tickets for that 100%. Lots of coffee. Lots and lots and lots of coffee. Which is pretty much pretty much a requirement. I think it's a requirement for a lot of Masons, to be honest. Is loving and drinking a lot of coffee. I hope everybody who is watching this is doing well and having a great Labor Day, or great Labor Day. Geez, great Victoria Day weekend. Dad, I hope you win at shuffleboard. I am sure that you will. Don't forget, you're representing the Adamson family, so it's my name on the line. I mean, I didn't learn how they did the tricks, if that's what you're asking. I learned, more about Harry Houdini, who was himself a Freemason. A cool little bit of history. And actually, the final act of the night, he did a straitjacket release, and that was based on, a Harry Houdini famous act. So I thought that was really cool. I loved seeing just the picture of Harry Houdini in our temple. It's nice to kind of feel like you have a brother returning from beyond the grave to join us. Although Houdini would have hated that because he famously hated mysticism and spiritualism and thought it was all a bunch of baloney. Famously, Harry Houdini the Mason and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was also a Freemason, were good friends who became enemies over kind of this idea of spiritualism. Because Sherlock Holmes was a famous spiritualist, and Harry Houdini hated spiritualism. So that's a cool little piece of Masonic history and Masonic trivia for your enjoyment. And welcome. If you are just joining us and you are new to the stream, I hope you'll jump in the chat, say hello, answer our poll question, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're doing this stream for who knows, maybe the whole day, several more hours anyways, which really this is just a hangout stream, enjoying each other's company. It's also, I will say, we are getting closer and closer to fall and closer to Halloween, which is probably my most favorite thing in the world. So I love Halloween. Christmas is a short second. I did not know that. That is cool. Who's telling you that? Where does that info come from? I got to check this out now. Blackbeard Freemason. The infamous pirate Blackbeard is said to have been a Freemason, although historical records about interesting. I guess there's not really any confirmation. It looks like Commodore John Paul Jones was a Mason. Samuel Nichols was a Freemason. William F. Reynolds was a Freemason. But it looks like Prince Philip. These are all Masonic Navy cats. But it looks like there's no confirmation as to Blackbeard. It's just a rumor, maybe. Interesting. Very interesting. See, when I searched it, what I came out with was it said he is a Mason, but there's no historical proof. Maybe he said he was a Mason, or others said, for proof, I'd want something in a record book, like a minute book, something like that. Although, as a Pirates of the Caribbean fan, I would find it very fascinating if he was a Mason. Edward Teach, aka Blackbeard, was indeed. Do you know which lodge Bucharest read? Let me see. Maybe if I search his real name, Edward Teach Freemason. So he was an English pirate. Google's saying no, but in fairness, Google doesn't know everything. Google gets a lot of stuff wrong. I don't know. Or saying that it's just a famous story. I'm starting I would join Blackbeard Lodge. I would happily join Blackbeard Lodge. I think that would be super fun. And a super cool lodge of which to be a member. What would this lodge do? What you should do is start the lodge on a pirate ship. Speaking of famous Masonic sailors, my pops, he was not a Mason at the time, but he is a Mason now, but he worked on a sailing ship and they had Masonic meetings on that ship. He wasn't a Mason yet, so he couldn't join the meetings. But I think it'd be really fun to be on a cruise and take part in a Masonic meeting. I think that would be an absolute blast, to be honest. I would love it. Who knows? But again, that doesn't mean he wasn't, just because there's no known historical records. It's one of those things where maybe it's more fun in the conception than the fact. There falls a shadow between the conception and the creation. There falls a shadow between the myth and the fact. But that doesn't mean that it's not really, really interesting and really cool to think about. Although you run into the question, as Freemasons, we are meant to be, and I truly believe this, we are meant to be respectful of the laws of the countries in which we either are members, or which we, are either citizens or protect us. So, should Blackbeard have been removed from Freemasonry, brought upon Masonic charges if he was himself not a law-abiding fellow? Or maybe he was one of those good pirates who never did anything too bad, who knows? But welcome. I hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment, if you're just joining us, to hit the like and subscribe button. You know what, Spirit, if you do create Blackbeard Lodge, please let me know, and I will do my best to join it. Will you take Canadian affiliates? That is my question. Because, if you would, I would join quickly, so long as I get to be captain. Is that what you would call the master? Is that what you would call the master mason, or the worshipful master, the captain? You could set each office to be like naval or pirate officer names. So the worshipful master could be the captain. The senior warden could be the first mate. The junior warden, I don't know what that would be. The galley cook, the galley officer. The secretary would probably be the secretary. Whoever was responsible for payments on the boat or the payroll. I suppose it would. Although I suppose, depending on how popular Freemasonry was, it would make sense that a cruise ship would want to set aside a location to hold meetings, as especially even though Freemasonry started to decline in membership, significantly so in the 1960s. There were still a lot of Masons at that time, so it might make sense for a cruise ship to want to provide that as a service, because you're more than likely to get at least a few Masons on any given cruise. Like, I don't know how many people were on your cruise ship, but maybe there's, let's say 500 to 1,000. How many passengers were on your cruise ship? I'm curious now. I'm gonna check. And even crew, right? Because you might have crew that are Freemasons, captain or otherwise. Freemasons, or actually number of people on board a cruise ship. So the average cruise ship carries around 3,000 passengers. There's like 10,000 people on Royal Caribbean. So I'm assuming in the 60s, it was much less. 60s and 70s, much smaller numbers. But still, you got to say 500 to 1,000 people on a ship. Some of them are going to be Masons. And as a service, it makes sense. Because again, in 1959, you had 4 million Masons in America alone. You had a lot more in the world. It's one of those added on bonus service things. 15 votes. Is your Masonic lodge or body doing anything to celebrate or note May Long Weekend? Not Canadian No Long Weekend, 60%. So that'd be like 9 votes. And then 3 no and 3 yes. So, and honestly, if you were a Mason on a cruise ship, maybe you'd be the type of person who would actually contact the captain, or not captain. I don't know who you would contact exactly, but contact somebody and ask them about reserving some space to hold a meeting, or maybe even hold a meeting in your cabin. You could always request what's the word? Request dispensation. Holy cow, that's way more than I thought. I thought ships were way smaller back in the day. So 1,800 passengers and 900 crew, so 2-to-1 ratio too. So 1,700 people altogether. Of those 1,700, you're going to have Freemasons. So, it does make sense that a cruise ship would want to offer that as a potential service. I wonder what they were chartered out of, the lodge. I assume that they were chartered out of United Grand Lodge of England or wherever the boat kind of was registered to. If the boat was owned by a British company, then it makes sense that it would be registered or chartered out of or receive dispensation out of the Grand Lodge of England. There are a number of cruise liner companies that provide conference rooms and lounges that can be reserved for private meetings. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what the Masons used, right? For their meetings. Because again, it's probably not the type of thing where you can set aside dedicated space. I'm assuming on a cruise ship, even now, every bit of real estate's valuable, and you can't, dedicate one space for one exclusive group, for the entirety of a cruise. But I'm sure that you could reserve it for, a few hours a night. You just have to then figure out, okay, how do you bring a charter on board? How do you bring the aprons, equipment that you need? The columns, the pedestals. How do you set it up? Where is East located? It would be a really fascinating logistical exercise to try to do this. And logistics matter in Freemasonry. Logistics matter a lot. And very often logistics get completely ignored, I think, which is unfortunate in Freemasonry, but especially by newer members who don't think about these things. But the amount of work that goes into setting up a lodge, creating a meeting, it's legitimate. So so that'd be really interesting though. I wonder, it'd probably be worth doing like a thing about that, right? Freemasonry on cruise ships. Freemasonry on cruise ships. Many ships have an ad hoc events board where you can add your own stuff, put an S card up with something like subtle, like Friends of H. Abiff. Okay. So honestly, why would you do that? Why would you not just say Masonic meeting taking place? Why would you? I would roll my eyes if I was looking on a cruise boat like bulletin board, cruise ship bulletin board, and they said meeting for Friends of H. Abiff. I'd be like, that's ridiculous. Just say Masonic meeting. You can still tile it, obviously. You can still request dues cards. Roll call board, starting a new thread. Make sure you put Mason in the thread title. I'm sure. So I guess there's also online stuff where they'll have like social media groups or social media groups specifically for cruise ship passengers or communities where you can post online stuff. I'm not sure, but I think they were. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really interesting. I say that I do know of some specific Masonic cruises that have taken place, Grand Masters putting on a cruise where it's exclusively Masons on the cruise ship, which is a different can of tuna than trying to do a Masonic lodge meeting on a cruise ship where the public is also. That would be the challenge. You could, I'm sure, charter a smaller cruise ship. They also do Masonic lodge meetings on Navy warships in Texas, the USS Independence, if I recall correctly. So Freemasonry on boats, but that boat is docked, right? It's a museum now. It's docked. It's not going anywhere. So that's another way to do it. Either find a boat that's maybe historical boat that's in dock, that's not operational, but it can be rented out, or parts of it can be rented out for events. You can do a Masonic meeting on that. You could do a rent out a cruise ship, maybe a smaller one. I'm assuming if you could get, say, 500 to 1,000 Masons to agree to take part in a cruise, you could probably rent out some type of cruise ship for a trip and do it that way. And there are Grand Lodges that have done that in the past as well. the for me, the interesting thing more is the idea of having a Masonic meeting on a cruise ship that is includes the public and that is kind of sailing the ocean and is active and operational. Well, that would be one of the question, Spirit. So but now in fairness, you don't have to be in your location to charter therefrom. So for example, you have lodges in, let's say, you have lodges in the Philippines and South America, but have their charter under the United Grand Lodge of England, right? You have lodges in Alaska initially chartered under Washington State. And so, you could, there would be nothing to stop. What I would say is what you'd have to do is you'd have to look at, okay, where is the cruise ship registered? To which area. So if the cruise ship is owned by, like, let me try to find an example. Cruise ship company registries. Registries by country. Okay, so if you look at, say, Carnival Corporation. So Carnival, which is a cruise ship company, they are registered and listed with both Panama and United Kingdom. But many of their ships are registered with with Panama or the Bahamas. So you would have to, I think, go to, if you're, let's say, want to have a Masonic meeting, an official Masonic meeting on a cruise ship, you would have to register. You would have to either request dispensation through the Grand Lodge of Panama, or actually try to charter a lodge on the boat through the Grand Lodge of Panama, which I believe there is a Grand Lodge of Panama, if I recall correctly. It was originally through the States, but I think it's actually officially there. And then you could do it anywhere, right? Because once you're chartered, you just need to have your warrant with you. It would be a matter of bringing the warrant onto the cruise ship, bringing everything you need onto the cruise ship, booking the room, setting it up, and holding the meeting. I wish best of luck to Brighton and Liverpool. I have no dog in that fight, right? So happy to meet with you as well, Bucharest. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me know if the stream made you think of anything or gave you any thoughts or any considerations that you may want to bring up in your own lodge. See, one of the things, Spirit, that you need to keep in mind is when it comes to chartering a Masonic lodge, it's actually not dependent on the territory where the lodge is meeting. You can, in theory, I mean, it doesn't happen much anymore for different reasons, but there are many jurisdictions where the lodge meets. Again, the lodge meets in Brazil, but it's chartered out of England. The lodge meets in Philippines, but it's chartered out of England or out of Scotland. The lodge meets in Haiti, but it's chartered out of France. And there'd be no reason why a cruise ship could not try to charter a lodge. And I would say the logical place to start would be the country in which that cruise ship is registered for, like, tax purposes. What is the closest Grand Lodge there? And if there's not, in theory, there's no reason why, if you're a Ontario Mason and you're taking a cruise ship, you couldn't try to charter a lodge out of Ontario. It'd be interesting. But you can't invade territory. That's true. You can't. Which is a new-ish thing. Like, and it's more, honestly, I know that's, in some ways, that's more of a Grand Lodge. That's more of a North American thing. Like I said, there is still today in 2025, the Philippines, most of their lodges are chartered out of United Grand Lodge of England. So I believe now that's a situation where, and like Haiti, which there's no Grand Lodge of Masons in Haiti, there are lodges that meet out of um, Texas, right? Or sorry, France. I don't know. I said that. Haiti has Masonic lodges that are chartered under uh, Grand Lodge Orient and in France, but it's one of those things where it wouldn't be invading the territory, right? Like if you, because if you're on a cruise ship and you're just traveling around, like if so if I from Ontario decide I want to charter I want to charter a lodge specifically on a cruise ship, I can either go to my Grand Lodge and try it. And yeah, in theory, I guess you'd have a Grand Lodge of Ontario Masonic Lodge, which could, for example, be in England for a night while it's docked in England, and then in the Bahamas, and then wherever that ship travels, you'd have this kind of nomadic lodge chartered under the Grand Lodge. But I don't think that would count as invading because it's unique and specific to the cruise ship. It's not invading the territory itself. It's just staying on the boat. And wherever the boat goes, so too does the lodge. Or you could try a thing where you try to get it chartered under multiple jurisdictions. So you figure out, okay, where does this cruise ship travel? How many places does it stop for like to dock? And okay, what is the relevant Grand Lodge in each of these locations? And can I get it chartered? It's just a really fascinating kind of jurisdictional question, which I don't know if it's ever been solved. Again, you have Masonic Lodge meetings taking place on boats and ships that are in dock that aren't moving. Texas does this. They're just in the water and they're no longer operational, but they sit in the water and they act as tourist attractions. Masonic lodges will hold meetings on those boats, but those boats don't move around, so it's obvious to which jurisdiction, is responsible. There are also Masonic cruises where you have a Grand Master who will rent out a small cruise ship or small boat and bring the Masons on a cruise. But again, that is an example of, basically traveling from one jurisdiction to another, which Grand Masters and Masons are allowed to do, and requesting dispensation for the same. It's not creating a new lodge. Creating an actual new lodge, which is wholly present on a cruise ship, is a fascinating question. I think it's possible. I don't see why it's not possible in theory, but yeah, it's tough to say. Yes, it does support. Well, I mean, our lodges support scholarships. I'm not sure knowledge what a banquet scholarship is. But we do support scholarships for students and proud to do so. Many Masonic lodges do. When you say spirit, when you say this idea of invading the territory, all I can imagine now is a bunch of Masons, old, out of shape dudes, in flip flops and swimming trunks on a cruise ship, pulling into port of, let's say, England, and then, being considered an invasion force by the Grand Lodge of England, and having a bunch of old, out of shape English Freemasons fighting a bunch of old, out of shape cruise Masons. It would be very interesting to see, put it that way. But it'd be kind of fun to see as well. I hope you are doing well. I hope everybody watching this is doing well. Please, if you are new to the stream, take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are here hanging out doing our. I'm Prince Hall P. So this is, so the jurisdictional challenges. It's never ending. I do like to talk about jurisdiction though, because one of the biggest, I think, ways that conspiracy theorists kind of twist Freemasonry or get Freemasonry, like I said, get it twisted, is they think that there is like one jurisdiction that. No worries, Masonic. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it, as always. And thank you for your questions. And as I said, yes, we do have a banquet. We do have scholarships. Um, Freemasonry has many different jurisdictions, many different governing bodies. Conspiracy theorists, they think we have one governing body, one global entity. And the problem with that, amongst other things, is that, if any Freemason acts badly in one spot, then they will say, well, that means Freemasons are acting badly in every spot, or they'll think it reflects on the whole of Freemasonry because they view us as a, homogeneous global entity. Or it allows them to, because again, if you view us as a new world order global entity type of thing, then, when you say anything bad about Freemasonry, you're speaking about Freemasonry everywhere. And again, it kind of gives fodder for that. So I always try to really highlight the jurisdictional nature of Freemasonry, how challenging that jurisdictional nature can be when it comes to Freemasonry, and how it is different depending on where you are. And that, I do think that does take out some of the, does take the wind out of the sails of a lot of the conspiracy theorists and a lot of their ideas. Check on your cats. Yes, your cats are the most important thing. I love cats. So by all means, check on your cats. And I hope everybody, as always, is doing well. Gareth, welcome. Good to see you again. I hope that you are doing well. I hope that you'll hit that like button, answer our poll question. Let me know if you're doing anything to celebrate this long weekend, because you're in England, right? So it's Victoria Day there, if I recall correctly. Maybe not even Masonically, but just, are you doing anything to celebrate the long weekend? Okay, so what are you up to celebrating Victoria Day, if you don't mind my asking? And also, I don't know if you saw some of what I was talking about before, earlier, about ways you can support our channel, but I do have a couple of things you can do if you are at all interested, all for free, but they're great ways to support. And thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. It's good to have you back. I'm kind of going to do, I think, a full day stream or a long stream in order to, like I said, try something a little bit different, which is really, really fun and something I very much enjoy. It's been a while since I've done like a full day stream. So getting the chance to do that is something I really enjoy. It's great to be spending more time with my Masonic brothers. Who knows? Maybe just for fun, what I'll do is I'll do this, and then maybe I'll even try, just for, poops and giggles. Maybe I'll even try to see if I can't do a Twitch stream later on tonight, or maybe even a YouTube mobile stream, just for something different as well. Oh, so I thought Victoria Day was more of a Commonwealth thing. Victoria Day is something we celebrate here in Canada, to celebrate the birth of Queen Victoria. It's a Canadian, I guess it's more Canadian specific. We call it here May 24. It's kind of the start of our holidays, or start of our summers. A lot of people go to the cottage, have a barbecue, things like that. Like, so end of May. So you're more in line with the States, because they have their Memorial Day at the end of the month. But please take a moment, if you are just joining us. I hope you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. Very important part of history. There's a lodge in Sarnia, Ontario, named after Queen Victoria. So little bit of history there, as well as the very first winner of the very first Victoria Cross winner was himself a Freemason. Very first Canadian Victoria Cross winner was himself a Freemason and was a member of Ionic Lodge in Toronto. So that's a really cool little piece of Masonic history as well, which I like to share. But I hope everybody is doing well. Please, as always, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let me know how it's going. Do you have any plans for your bank holiday, Gareth? And let me just add in here. I talked about this before, but one way that you can support the Square and Compass promotions is by going to Patreon and signing up to be a Patreon member. You can do so for free, patreon.com/Square and Compass, or you can sign up at different membership levels. And either way, it helps out big time with the channel. As I hold on just a second, I'm going to mute this for just one. Bank holidays. Well, I've heard that expression before. I'm guessing you call it that because your banks are closed, right? In England. Nothing is wrong with cleaning, tidying, relaxing on extra days off. That is what I think. It's funny when you're a kid or in school, you know, you're super excited for your holidays because it gives you the chance to sleep in, watch TV, play with your friends, not worry about school. When you're an adult, you're excited because it gives you the chance to do laundry and clean your apartment. You know, one of the least fun parts of growing up. But it is weird when you have a bank holiday or a long weekend, or call it what you will, and you actually manage to get your work done. It is a very nice feeling because then you're done. You can just jump in, rest, relax. It's a very fun, very good feeling. So, you know, there is that. Kind of reminds me of one of my favorite TV shows, New Girl, where the guys in the episode had like a night to themselves, and they all decided to use it to do their laundry and chores and all the things they were putting off. So I thought that was really cool. Or if you're a Mason and you have a long weekend, study your ritual. This is your worshipful master speaking. This is the voice of your conscience speaking. Study your ritual. Don't be lazy. It's a bank holiday. You know, gives you a chance to have to learn some ritual. Just because you learned it once doesn't mean you always know it. I hope everybody, though, is doing very well. Please, if you're just joining us, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, how you are enjoying. If you are from Canada, your Labor Day, your Victoria Day weekend. If you are new to the stream, I hope, as I said, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And let me know if you have any questions about Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. Welcome everybody, though, if you are joining. It's been a great stream so far. I was thinking of doing, like I said, a longer stream just to hang out because we do have our long weekend here in Canada. So, most of my streams nowadays, when I talk about Freemasonry, they last an hour, 2 hours, usually about 2 to 2.5 hours. But today I thought maybe we could do a fuller, longer stream just to see how it goes. Back in some of the old times when I used to do, 5, 6 hour streams, which were at 2 hours, 30 minutes in. I mean, everything is open 24/7 nowadays, thanks to computers, which is probably a positive and a negative at the same time. There are definitely some, I think, more negative qualities to that as well, because it kind of feels like you can never get a break. You're always expected to work. You're always expected to be on call. The idea of actually getting a break now is very different than it was before, where you did your work from 9 to 5. You did what you had to do, and then you hopefully get the chance to relax a little bit. Even in Freemasonry, you can. There's no time of day where it's not possible for me to at least send a message to my worshipful master. Whether that's a good thing or not, I kind of guess you have to leave that up to the individuals at hand. All right, I'm going to try something. We're going to see how this goes because it's not something I've been successful at yet. I am going to see if I can finally use the take a break feature of this in order to take a break. So I'm going to, because I need to run to the washroom. I used to always, when I had to go to the washroom, I would leave you in the capable hands of my good friend here, my co-host, Mason the Moose, who is a great co-host. But there's this new stream take a break feature. And I'm going to see if this works or not. Let me know if it does. If it doesn't, you'll be back in the hands of my co-host while I run to the washroom. But let me just give it a second and see. Okay, we're going to start. We're going to see if we can do this for a 3-minute break. Let's hit the start button. Did the break start? Or am I still there? No, it looks like I've got to figure out how to use this to take a break feature at some point. All right. Well, I'm going to at some point figure out how that works or how to fix that thing. For now, though, I'm going to leave you with my very good friend, Mason the Moose. Let me see if you guys can see him well. Oops. Okay, that's Mason the Moose. I will be back in a moment. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll go through some of the topics I discussed earlier. And yeah, I'll be back in a second though. Everybody just keep watching. Answer the poll question. All right, I am back. How long did it take me to get my Master Mason degree? 8 months, give or take. Although I don't like to put lines on these things. I think that people should take their time and go through their degrees when they are most comfortable. I think, unfortunately, sometimes it can be very easy to set artificial deadlines and rush to try to try to make somebody happy or make the lodge happy or what. You should go at your own pace. You can be incredibly active as a entered apprentice and lose your active status. Like, it goes back to kind of this metaphor I've been using a lot in these streams, is um the becoming a master mason is one night, and it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, after you get your master mason's degree, how much are you interacting with your brothers in lodge? How much are you interacting with the lodge itself? How much are you supporting the lodge? Right, that is kind of the key. That is the most important thing. The thing that you kind of need in order to find success, and that will allow you to be the most successful when it comes to your Masonic lodge. If you're not doing those things, then it's just a title. It doesn't mean anything. The man makes the title. The title doesn't make the man, as they say. But I do hope everybody is once again having a great day. And my dad said in there, for him, it took 3 months. So you take your time and enjoy the process, and at whatever stage you are at, just contribute. That is the thing that matters the most. That is the thing that is going to make the biggest difference and allow you both the best Masonic career as well as the best chance to support your lodge. All right, well, I do need to run for just one more moment. Why, you ask? Because I am hungry and I need to grab some cheese slices, which is a great snack. So, I'm just waiting to get this set up. All right, there we go. Back. All right, I'll be back in one moment. Gonna get some cheese slices. It was like super crummy weather this morning, but it was really nice. The weather's turning really nice now, so that is great to see. But yeah, I think, look, interact. Don't worry about rushing to get your Master Mason's degree. Just be the best entered apprentice you can possibly be. Because, like I said, I've known, and unfortunately, it happens often. I've known, Masons who get their 3 degrees really fast, and then you never see them again, right? I've also known Masons who stay the entered apprentice degree for years, but you see them pretty frequently and are willing to help out. So it really just depends on a lot of different factors. But 8 months for me, approximately. And yeah, there is a minimum, or sorry, there is a minimum length of time you have to wait, which is 1 month between each degree. I think that's true for most jurisdictions. I think some jurisdictions it's 60 days. Some, they're trying to do this thing now where they do all the degrees in a day, which I'm not a huge fan of myself. I think it detracts from some of the specialness of each degree. But I do kind of understand the thinking behind it. So, you know, it's an interesting kind of question, tough question to know necessarily what the answer is. as I think the way I'd say it there with Dad is, he says every lodge has its own timeline. I'd say every lodge has its own timeline, and every Mason has its own timeline, or every Mason has his own timeline, and each are equally important when it comes to the creation of a successful Masonic career. Not sure I'd want to do it so quickly. I'd want to understand each degree as well as I could. That's 3 months. And that's true. Dad brings up a good point. It was much more frequent study back in the day. Now, mentoring in a lot of lodges is kind of dropping off, unfortunately, because people are just getting busier and busier. You still have it. I mean, Windsor has Wednesday nights, and it's better, but I don't think you see the constant restudying. So that does impact the ability for Masons to understand what is going through. So I agree with Dad there. That is, and that does make a difference. Being a Mason for being an entered apprentice for 1 year, but being an entered apprentice for 1 year and studying once or twice a month with a mentor versus being an entered apprentice for 1 month but studying every day. It's different. And it impacts the ability to understand what's going on. So I think there's a very valid point there as well. So no, you're not. I mean, you're not thinking about. There is no correct or incorrect way to think about this. There is just what matters is how what matters is the individual and what they want to get out of it. I'd say don't let anybody rush you going through degrees, but also you don't have to overthink it. Like it really, because I have known Masons every now and then who, in my opinion, I look at them and I think, you're ready to move forward. You should be moving forward, but they're in their own head or they're nervous or they feel like there's something they don't quite understand yet. Sometimes you can get into your own head and think you're not ready when, everybody else thinks when you might be. But really, it should at the end of the day be a personal decision, and you can have to make that decision for yourself. I just go back to this idea of whatever level you're at, whether you're an entered apprentice to master mason, it's just about being active. That really is where, that really is going to be what makes the difference, both for a Masonic career and a lodge. Like I said, an active entered apprentice is worth, 5 master masons who you never see. So, you know, again, you can't be, you need to be a master to take an office, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's a complicated question. I would say slow and steady wins the race, though. That's what I intend to do. That's what matters. That's what matters. Everything beyond that, slow and steady wins the race. So that's what I would say to that. But, and so that's the other point that Dad brings up. We have our black books now. Again, back in the day, it was mouth to ear. Basically, you were you had to rely on your mentors. You had to show up regularly and have the work memorized. So, which there are plus and negatives to that versus having a black book. Obviously, mentorship when it comes to mouth to ear is you are forcing those connections. You are forcing people to spend more time with you're forcing people to spend more time with their mentors, more time with their sponsors, getting to know the guy better. It forges those bonds of brotherhood. So that's very valuable. But and again, in 2025, brothers are so often working longer hours, Could you do that, or is it almost a necessity now that you just need the black book? Because I certainly think if we were to go back to mouth to ear with no black book, I don't know if any, well, I shouldn't say any, but I don't know if Masons would be able to complete the degrees at a month time, because however busy the mentor is, the new applicant is going to be, or new candidate or new Mason is going to be just as busy, unless it's a situation where they're both, retired or whatever it might be. You're kind of going to be stuck in a situation where it would just take a while. Whereas in theory, if they have a black book, it can go relatively quickly. So it's tough. It's tough to say. And again, there are no right answers to these things. It's a challenge, and every lodge is facing these kind of challenges, these kind of issues, and every lodge is trying to figure out how best to solve them. And oftentimes, oftentimes finding success, oftentimes finding not so much success. And you kind of have to figure it out as you go. It's tough. Well, if there's no, I mean, again, reliable. I don't know if I'd use the word reliable. It might be reliable, but less frequent. Like back, I'm assuming it was possible to meet a couple times a week, maybe three, even once a week or twice a week or three times a week with mentors that you knew would be available, that you knew, nowadays, if they're working, if people are working, it might not be that the mentorship isn't reliable. It might be that the candidate just doesn't have the time to, is working hours that are not conducive for the mentor because they have different shift schedules, whatever it is. You kind of, in those cases, you kind of need that black book, right? But there are a lot of people and a lot of Masons, older ones, who remember the days of mouth to ear, who are really pushing this idea of going back to no black books. And it would be a challenge at first because you'd have to deal with maybe longer time in the chair, maybe every officer needing to do 2 years in the chair to give people a chance to catch up. But you could eventually, hopefully, resume and return to the old system. Yeah, I would say that makes sense. Switch out reliable. Yeah, irregular makes more sense because again, work schedules nowadays oftentimes are more irregular. I know Masons who are working, 2 jobs. So it is challenging. It's also even things like getting babysitters is harder nowadays. I don't know where it happened. When I was worshipful master the first time, guys were younger, they had kids. I remember I had plenty of babysitters growing up and I loved it. I loved my babysitters, right? They were great. They let me stay up late. They let me watch scary movies. Sorry to tell you that now, Dad, but it's too late. You can't get in trouble with them, or you can't get them in trouble. But I remember when I was a kid, I might, parents might have to go to a Masonic function, or my dad had a Masonic function, my mom had to work, whatever it is, having a babysitter, I loved it. But talking to, the Masons in my lodge, they'd say they have to work, their wife has to work. I'd always think to myself, like, do you not have babysitters? Do you not know any teenagers who can, take care of your kids? And what does that say about society when you don't have babysitters? Does that say maybe communities are breaking down a little bit? Bowling alone would say yes, and join or die would say yes. But Freemasonry, as I've talked about many times, is just not immune from the challenges that communities face. Unfortunately, when it comes to medium, when it comes to kind of the medium on which community is expressed, we're not immune from the challenges that it's facing. This is good cheese. And welcome to everybody who is just joining us. If you could please take a moment, hit that like button and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and as always, what it is that you want to chat about. This is my Victoria Day live stream. So I started this at noon. It's been great. I talked about some different topics I wanted to cover, but now we're at the chat, hang out, talk about whatever, chill out with my audience, enjoy our long weekend in Canada, anyways, our long weekend together. That would be really cool. I think actually Jules Verne, who wrote a 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, was a Freemason. So we got that connection there a little bit. But I would love a Masonic meeting on a submarine. I mean, I got the Detroit River right in front of me. Are there any rules against building a submarine? I will have to check that out for sure, because I would love to do it. Oh, that's the challenge. Raised eyebrow. I mean, I don't know. I have been told many times, sometimes loudly, sometimes forcefully, that I, especially when I was master the first couple of times, should have been more sympathetic to the schedules of my brothers. If I'm trying to organize events, organize degrees, and brothers aren't showing up, can't make it because of family, work, whatever it is, it was pointed out to me that I don't have a family, um, and therefore I have more time to dedicate to Freemasonry than others. And I shouldn't hold it against others who maybe don't have the time to dedicate themselves to Freemasonry, which I guess is true. But at the same time, if you're going to dedicate yourself to something, dedicate. It's just tough, and every Masonic body, and I know this isn't a necessarily a comforting answer, but every single Masonic jurisdiction is struggling with how do we find a way to balance the personal schedules and the personal lives of others with the schedule of um, what Freemasonry requires, especially because Grand Lodges are not reducing those requirements. The requirements as it relates to being a Masonic secretary is going up. The requirements as it relates to being a treasurer is going up. Master is going up. What is expected of certain Masons and offices is higher and higher. And yet at the same time, lodges or Grand Lodges are saying, you have to respect the personal schedules and personal cable tow of each brother. It's just become an incredibly challenging situation. Some jurisdictions require attendance. We'll say you have to attend at least 2 meetings per year. Like in the Philippines, that exists. Others are saying, you can't do that because you need to respect the schedules of each member. It's just really, really, really tough. I tend to be more on the side, though, of I think it's completely reasonable for Masonic lodges to set requirements on membership. When it comes to attendance, I think requiring members to attend at least 2 events or meetings per year is perfectly reasonable, so long as you set exceptions for those Masons who may be in ill health, for those Masons who may be members but live outside of a certain radius, let's say live 100 kilometers or more away, or for those Masons who are on active military deployment. But I think beyond that, requiring 2 meetings per year is reasonable, but that's just my opinion. That is not an opinion that is shared in most jurisdictions in North America, or in any jurisdictions in North America, to my knowledge. It is more of a South American, Latin American, and in the Philippines kind of view, even some places in Asia. So that would be a good poll question to ask. Believe me, that can be a very, shall we say, contentious issue sometimes. But please take a moment. If you are just joining us, thank you for being here. I hope you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. Jump in the chat, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. As always, let me know how it's going, and let me know if there is anything you want to chat about on this Victoria Day, in Canada anyways, Victoria Day long weekend. This is just the fun hangout section of the stream. I talked earlier about ways you can support the channel, including through Patreon, Instagram, social media. The biggest key being interact. Wow, it's becoming a nice day outside. It was a super, it was very chilly last night here in Windsor, but it's nice now. Heck, let me know if there's any movies you guys are looking forward to watching. This year looks, for me as a horror fan, looks like it's going to be an incredible year for movies. Next one I think I'm most excited for would be I Know What You Did Last Summer. Then you've got Weapons, Him, and Long Walk. All look incredible. I liked Final Destination Bloodlines a lot. I enjoyed Until Dawn. I feel like I was the exception to that. So, there's a lot of great things coming out. Maybe what I'll do is in 5-10 minutes or so, I'll switch it up and we can watch The Freemason, which is available for free on YouTube, recommended by Masonic, represented by Knowledge, represented by Courtney. So maybe what we'll do is we'll watch The Freemason. I think it might be on YouTube. Again, it's available for free. And welcome to everybody who is here. Oh, we're 1 like away from 10 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button, hit that like button. I'm just taking a couple minutes to send a message to a couple people, inviting them to join. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I hope everybody is doing well and if you are from Canada, having a great Victoria Day long weekend. And if you're not from Canada, but you have a long weekend coming up next weekend, Memorial Day, bank holiday, I hope that you will hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know what your plans are for that long weekend. Our lodge has an EA rate to be made at Fellowcraft. We'll put the agree on time that's available for him due to his job schedule. Yeah, and that's tough, trying to find a way to balance scheduling with jobs. And, people, especially if they work evenings, you may have to have your degree on a night you normally don't with dispensation in order to accommodate the job schedule or in order to accommodate his availability with his job schedule. Hope directors and those folks. I actually watched Ghost. I've never watched Ghost in the Shell, but I think directors are making good movies lately. I mean, there's a lot of movies I'm very excited about, and a lot of movies I've seen in the last few years that I'm very excited about. Again, what I'm most excited about is The Long Walk, but you know, Him looks incredible. Weapons looks incredible. I know he did last summer looks incredible. I'm trying to think in terms of the last movie I saw that I really, really like loved. Iron Claw. I enjoyed Final Destination's Bloodlines a lot. So, you know, I would like to see more directors make movies based on Freemasonry. That is my goal. I'd like to see us Freemasons get ourselves in more movies. I think that would be absolutely awesome. I have my ideas, and I'm hoping very soon it gets itself turned into a screenplay, and then maybe even a play itself or a movie or who knows what. I think it'd be awesome. I found somebody who actually writes screenplays and manuscripts. So I think that is going to be really, really cool. And I think it would be awesome. Let me know, though, if you have anything you're looking forward to, movies coming up. Otherwise, I'd love to know. Let me know how you guys are doing. Please take a moment. If you're just joining us, hit that like and subscribe button. We are at 9 likes, so we are 1 like away from double-digit likes. But I hope everybody is doing well. This is my Victoria Day, at least in Canada, Victoria Day live stream. Though it is also a long stream, I figured why not try to do a longer stream like I used to do back in the day. We talked earlier about Masonic events I'm excited for, including events taking place in the Philippines, Russia, Rio de Janeiro, here in my own backyard in Windsor, Ontario. Courtney, Knowledge was kind enough to leave a link also, or leave information about an event happening in Texas, I believe it was. There's a ton of stuff exciting that is happening around the world in Freemasonry. You know, if you're a Freemason and you're interested in Masonic events, there is, I promise you, something happening somewhere that, you know, you should study and research and try to learn more about. Like I said, Russia, Rio de Janeiro, and it also knowing, even if you can't make it to these events, knowing about them, knowing how they work and what they are, it helps expand your understanding of what Freemasonry is and how Freemasonry works. And that's really special. So, yeah, and I do, you know, one thing that's really piqued my interest as of late is Freemasonry in South America or Latin America, which has a really interesting history. A lot of it derived or came from, you know, expansion into there from, for example, United Grand Lodge of England, Grand Lodge of Portugal. Same way that Freemasonry expanded a lot in Hong Kong and Macau from UGLE and Portugal. And don't forget, though, when I'm saying that, don't forget it's really important to, as you're doing all these studies, not forget to study and pay attention to and focus on the lodges and Masonic events happening in your own hometown. That's really important too. And sometimes it's unfortunate, but these special events can be overshadowed, overlooked by the larger events happening out of jurisdiction. You got to support your local jurisdictions as well. Those are equally as important. In some ways, that's even more important. What's the expression always? Think globally, act locally, which I tend to agree with. Having said that, though, I love to travel, so I hope that everybody is doing well, though. Please take a moment. If you're just joining us, hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. And let me know anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. I have been a Freemason since 2007, so almost 20 years. And thank you for being here. By the way, answer our poll question. I haven't done so yet. If you are a Canadian Mason, is your Masonic Lodge doing anything to celebrate or note the May long weekend, of which we are in right now? Of the 15 votes, a couple people said yes. So if you do get the chance and can let me know when you say yes, what is it that what your lodge is doing to note or celebrate it? I would love to know. I'd love to hear from you. I would love to visit UGLE, Courtney. I would love to. It is 100% on my bucket list. The history there is incredible. It's just a matter of getting there. That's the challenge, Travel is expensive, and there's only so many places to go. But I would love to. I'd love to visit UGLE. I've been lucky enough to have on the podcast several UGLE members, and loved having them very much. But yeah, it's on my list. And UGLE, they really are, a lot of the work they've been doing lately, especially in the social media sphere, is a bright spot in Freemasonry. To my mind, when it comes to social media, the two bright spots is UGLE and California. They've been absolutely crushing it and crushing their work. So I would gladly visit. That's for sure. I think it would be really special. I've had some friends visit UGLE in London. Also, London, from what I hear, is crazy expensive. The other benefit of visiting lodges in South America is, I understand South America is a lot less expensive right now than London. So, but it's on the list. Believe me, it's on the list. And again, as a Mason, you gotta respect kind of where it all started. And it didn't start in 1717 with UGLE, but for our purposes, we can say it started in 1717 with UGLE, or at that time the Premier Grand Lodge, if I recall correctly. It became the United Grand Lodge of England in, oh my gosh, I don't remember when now, 1813, I think it was. Yeah, I know. And it's what's so fascinating, Dad, is he was the master of Hull Whistle Lodge in 1974, and Papa, my grandfather on my mom's side, was master of his lodge in 1974 as well. I thought there's a really cool little piece of history, the fact that they were both masters of the lodge at the same time, separated by an ocean. Fun little example of a quirk of the universe coming together to create something really fascinating. Welcome, by the way, if you are just joining. We got 8 people watching. Thank you to everybody who's here. I hope you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you are new to the stream, let me know what you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. I have been a Freemason since 2007, past master and current master of my lodges. I don't claim to know everything about Freemasonry, but certainly I like to at least think I know a few things. Both, what can maybe create within yourself a more fulfilling Masonic Lodge experience, what can be more successful for a lodge. And if you're not a Freemason, maybe answer any questions you have. If you have positive, negative, or neutral views of Freemasonry, I would love to hear what they are, even if they're negative. Sometimes my favorite thing in the world to do is hear negative views on Freemasonry, because it gives me a chance to try and answer those questions and those concerns as best as I can, and those views as best as I can. as I just go in for my salt and vinegar chips. It's a long weekend, so of course, what else can I do but celebrate with snacks, you know? As I sit here and just chow on my chips. I hope my chewing isn't too loud or too annoying. Speaking of, I don't know when. Hopefully, maybe I can come home this summer, Pops. I think Aunt Sandra was considering planning something, so maybe I'll get myself back home, and if I can, maybe I get to meet up with some of our Masonic brothers. Who knows? I hope, though, that everybody is doing very well. If you are just joining us, as always, like button, subscribe button, etc., etc. I do, CD. Well, I mean, I need to know everything on there. I don't know everything that's online. Look, it's not that. Like, it depends what you mean by BS. Because look, I'm a Freemason. I love being a Freemason. I love Freemasonry. But that doesn't mean that I do not personally have concerns about different aspects of Freemasonry, right? And that's true for everybody. I don't care. You can be the type of person who says, like, I love my job, more than anything is my favorite thing to do in the world, my job. That doesn't mean that you're not going to have concerns with certain aspects of your work, whether it be decisions that your bosses are making or clients being dicks or who knows what it is, right? Like, even for me, I love Freemasonry, but that doesn't mean that I don't have certain concerns about Freemasonry, about the lack of participation amongst members, about dropping numbers. And that's just the nature of the beast. That's the nature of anything. Anything you love, you're going to have concerns, right? So if that is the negative stuff, then, maybe I agree with it, maybe I don't. It just depends what the concerns are and what's being expressed. When it comes to the idea, though, of negative stuff, as in conspiratorial stuff, conspiratorial nonsense, yeah, then that stuff, obviously, I disagree with it because it is baloney. That doesn't mean I'm not willing to talk to people who have those beliefs or who agree with the negative stuff online. I'm more than happy to talk to them about why they're incorrect and why I think that they are wrong. But there's a world of difference between that and just people even Masons expressing concerns. And again, when it comes to that, though, I kind of want to be clear. There's a healthy and appropriate way to express concerns and a not healthy way to express concerns. I do think there is a problem with some Masons just constantly whinging online and slagging their Grand Lodges, and that's not healthy and that's not helpful. But yeah, it's completely reasonable for us as Freemasons to have concerns and to express those concerns. The negative stuff, though, that where it's conspiratorial, human sacrifice, nonsense like that, yeah, that stuff obviously I don't disagree with. I did a rough calculation yesterday. It looks like I have been to approximately 2,000 um 2,000 meetings. I think it's been like over 2,800 meetings since I joined. So like um I think it makes it more interesting, or what's the word I'm looking for? Um, yeah, you need to broach these subjects the right way. But and I do agree with that 100%. I do think, unfortunately, there are a lot of people who don't want people to be happy, which is kind of, it is what it is. Just sending a quick message. All right. When the lodge was consecrated in 1932, tomato fit, boiled mutton, bake. Oh my gosh, Brussels. I once made Brussels sprouts. Um, I remember I made Brussels sprouts once when I was junior warden. Junior warden's a person who makes the food, or not even makes it per se, but is responsible for ensuring it's there, whether it be they make it themselves, or they order it in, or they get somebody else to make it, or they get a family member to make it, which has been known to happen. But I remember I was I was junior warden, excuse me, for the first time, and I made a dinner, and that dinner included Brussels sprouts. And holy cow, did one of the guys complain about why are we having Brussels sprouts? He wanted to have like pizza and hamburgers, and he said he wanted to have unhealthy food. And the idea of being forced to eat Brussels sprouts, he just hated it. And so for years and years and years after, all I ever heard about was Brussels sprouts, and oh, Cameron's the guy who made the Brussels sprouts and made us eat the Brussels sprouts, and he's so he's so terrible, or whatever it is. That the two experiences I had as a junior warden that I always think about is there's that one, and then a few years later, I was friends with this girl who owned like a cheese shop, and she did like artisan cheeses and fancy cheeses, and she told me about she created these things called mason cheese. Or not, she didn't create it, but she had a line on this special type of cheese called Mason's cheese. And it was this cheese that the inside of it was really interesting because it looked like it was interesting the way it looked, because it looked like it was bricks, because it was like sort of a vegetable ash that went in between inside the cheese, and so it made a pattern that looked a little bit like bricks. And so it was called Mason cheese. And so I ordered these two big cheese platters for refreshments after lodge. And they were like the fancy cheeses, and they included the Mason cheese on it, or whatever it is. And they were like these big artisan, they were meats and cheeses and fruits, and it was a whole thing. And it was very expensive. And our treasurer got the bill afterwards, and he was not happy. He was complaining about that cheese for years. It would be like every time somebody said cheese, like if I were to even say I'm going to bring in cheese slices in like a sandwich bag, the response would be, better not be expensive, or how much is this cheese going to be? You never heard the end of it. So those are two things I always think about when I think about being a junior warden. One, having to hear about the fact that I served Brussels sprouts for endlessly, and complaints about that. And the fact that I once ordered expensive cheese, which apparently was too expensive. The treasurer versus the junior warden is one of those things that is consistently a Masonic tradition. Oh, we got another like in the stream. Um, so we're at 10 likes. Thank you so much, everybody who's liked this. This has been a really fun stream. This is one of the longer ones, but again, it is a bank holiday here in Canada. So bank holiday slash long weekend, calling it bank holiday in honor of Gareth. So it gives me a chance to do longer streams, hang out and chat with people. So by all means, jump in the chat, say hello, let me know how it's going. So it looks like in where is it here? In 1930, when the lodge was consecrated, I'm assuming that's Papa's Lodge or my grandfather's lodge. The menu was oxtail soup or tomato soup, fish, boiled cod, roast beef, roast pork, boiled mutton, boiled and baked potatoes, green beans, because it wouldn't be a Masonic meeting without green beans. And you can quote me on saying that. And Brussels sprouts. That does sound good. I might be hungry as well. Dessert was plum pudding. I've never been a fan of plum pudding. Mince pies. I do not like trifles at all. I don't like jellies at all. Those are gross. Mince pies. CD, I would probably take a poll or notes on what everyone likes so that we could stay on budget. That is a really good idea, CD. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. I will say that can present its own challenges because, as you maybe can imagine, it's tough as well because you don't always know. Like sometimes you can end up feeling like you're hopping on one foot, or hopping from foot to foot, I should say, because everybody has different ideas of what they like, what they don't like. Budgets are tough to figure out. I mean, um, one thing you always have to keep in mind too when you're junior warden is how do you balance out the different dietary restrictions and needs because you may have vegetarians, you may have vegans, you may have allergies um, that you have to try to balance for. And that also affects the budget because, kind of you almost need to have 1.5 times the amount of servings you would normally have. You need to have a full set of servings for, the lodge, and then you need to add an extra 0.5 on there of exclusively vegetarian options for those who may themselves be vegetarians or vegan or whatever it is, and so that creates its own unique sets of challenges. What I'd love to see and suggested before. Bong, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope that you are doing well. It's great to have you join. What I've suggested for years, there's this guy called Old School Kevmo online, and I love his stuff, by the way. If you haven't seen it, search YouTube for Old School Kevmo. And he is a cook. He is a chef in a sorority house, which is, Freemasonry is a fraternity, sorority house is sorority, but he's a cook. He works there during the school year, and he is responsible for cooking for everybody, for like 25 girls approximately, their lunches and their dinners. And he has to compete with everything that a junior warden would have to compete with. He has to compete with the numbers. He has to compete with the dietary restrictions of cooking for 25 different people. He has to compete with a budget that he has to set up. He has to compete with providing vegetarian options versus, not versus regular options. He has to compete with the time management of how do you cook things, how do you get things out to people that's still warm, if you're cooking for 25 people. And he manages to do all of those different things. He has to deal with the logistics of having the equipment he needs and timing. And so I've always thought, would it make sense, A, for Masons to be watching his stuff to get ideas, but also instead of Masons picking out, using the volunteer labor of the junior warden, he does, and I love his stuff. Would it make more sense to almost as a Masonic lodge look at doing something like that? So if you were to say, okay, let me see if I can do the math in my head. Let's assume $50,000 a year. Well, that'd probably be a lot. Let's say 25,000 a year. Let's say you had a lodge of 100 Masons. So if you were to say every Mason gets charged $250 on top of whatever other dues he pays, but that goes to hire a chef. And that chef is responsible for producing all of the meals for the lodge, both for their meetings, degrees, and special events. And then the junior warden's job and responsibility is to communicate to the chef. So he's not creating the food himself. He's the one who's communicating to the chef the budget that he has to work with for the year, the dietary restrictions of any members, the meeting dates, times, special events, dates and times, and anything else that he needs to know. And then the junior warden is also communicating to the lodge what the menu is that the chef has prepared, um, as well as any, concerns that both sides may have. Basically, the junior warden switches from being the person who's responsible for preparing the food or ensuring it's there to the person who is communicating with the chef, and acting as a liaison between the chef and the lodge and vice versa. And then you have a professional doing it, so you can, be reliably know the food is going to be good because it's a professional doing the food. Um, you're not relying on volunteer labor anymore, who from a junior warden who may be exhausted with a million other things in his personal life as well as Masonic life. And again, you have a professional doing the food, so you know it's going to be good, and you know you can count on it to be there. I think there might be something worth looking into that. I think, if Masonic Lodge could purchase and could hire an old school Kevmo, I think it would only be so helpful and worth looking into, in my oh so humble opinion. I don't know if anybody else would, agree or disagree with that, but that's my thoughts um, on that. And I have argued that in the past, So Bong, I'm guessing, I don't know if I watched some of his streams in the past. I don't know if you've also watched the old school Kevmo stuff. It sounds like you have, and it sounds like you enjoy his stuff as well. But yeah, he does great stuff, and I always really enjoy it. So, do you have a favorite meal that old school Kevmo did? I'd love to hear it. Yeah, I don't know how long he's been going for, but I like his he seems to just do exclusively shorts. I haven't seen him do any longer videos, but I love the stuff that he does also. So yeah, his work stuff is awesome and really, really fun to watch. JW provides the food. It's up to, well, even that, it's tough now getting decent stewards. Getting decent stewards who are willing to do the work. That is really, really challenging as well, unfortunately. So, and again, if none of these people are professional chefs, you're kind of left at the kind of mercy, or not even professional chefs, but just good cooks. You're kind of left at the mercy of either, are you going to regularly, are you going to regularly order out, which I would say adds a lot to the expenses of the lodge and is in and of itself a challenge? Or are you going to kind of rely on not so good food, or are you just going to be accepting donuts and coffee for the entirety of the year? Again, this is one of those challenges. But his name, CD, is Old School Kevmo. OLDSCH or OOLKEVMO. Old School Kevmo. And he's a really, really cool a really, really cool Masonic, really, really cool chef, and I enjoy his stuff a lot. And again, I think it would be well worth. I mean, just even consider if you could somehow have a chef on site all times in a Masonic building, where if you go to the Masonic Lodge because you're doing a mentoring night and you've got 5 or 6 guys there, to be able to go to your cafeteria area where you have dinners and know that there's a chef there who can either cook food or will have left food for brothers in the fridge, so they know there's something there. Oh my gosh. That is awesome. I've never, I mean, I kind of grew super into lately the Yes, I agree with that. Honestly, I'm becoming more and more, Dad, a supporter of that. Um, I for the longest time when I first joined, dinner was always at after the meeting, and that was pretty consistent across the board. But two of my lodges, um, So, I have found in my experience that changing our Masonic repast, Masonic dinner to before the lodge is better for attendance and seems to be just a more successful approach. Now, that's not because the thing is, if you say we're going to have Masonic refreshments after the lodge meeting, then you can't have it before, right? You're kind of limited, but you can always say we will have Masonic, we'll have our dinner before the lodge meeting, but we'll make sure we purchase enough so that there's snacks, leftovers, whatever it might be, so that there's food after as well, because not every brother is going to be able to make it before a lodge. And so by making sure you always leave some for after, you're kind of being respectful of everyone's hours and everyone's schedule, right? And but I have found at least two of my lodges have moved to having dinner beforehand. A brother actually did a presentation on it, and I have found that it results in a much more successful lodge experience for all involved. Um, and so yeah, I would tend to be also much more on the side of dinner before lodge. It also, I find, for a lot of guys, it like force it, because if you've worked, your 9 to 5 or your whatever, your 9 to 6 or your 9 to 7, and you haven't had a chance to eat anything, you might not want to go to a Masonic meeting just because you're not going to get fed until 7, until 9, 10 at night. Whereas if there's food there waiting for you, you're more likely to show up, just because you then know that you can, by the time you get there early, there's going to be food for you. You're not going to be sitting there starving, waiting for this lodge to finish. And just as Dad says, after the lodge, you can always hang out and chat. Right. And so that is one of those things where it's tough to figure out necessarily what the best approach is, but I have definitely moved more onto the side of meet before lodge, not after. Or sorry, dinner before lodge, not after. You tend to get more people. It tends to encourage those who are on the fence about showing up to show up. And it doesn't stop you at all from hanging out after, chatting, and getting more food. And it might mean you have to buy a little bit extra, so that might affect the budget, because now you're, in theory, kind of almost buying 2 sets of refreshments, one for before lodge, one for after lodge, but it doesn't add that much more to the cost. It's a nominal increase. And you can even do a thing where you have your dinner before lodge, but you have your dinner before lodge, but you have your desserts after lodge, to kind of create a really fun separation between the two. And it gives guys a reason to show up before for dinner, and it gives guys a reason to show up after for refreshments. Oh, well, that's okay. Hopefully you can still, though, learn a lot about their experiences and learn about their relationship to Freemasonry. Well, that's so you do got to be careful with AI, and that's also true, by the way, for Freemasonry. One thing I will say is a lot of so the old way, Jesus, the I mean, to define old. The previous way that you would do in like the 2000s up through the 2010s, if you want to learn about Freemasonry, was you would rely on Google. You do a Google search, which were not the best by any means, to figure out what Freemasonry is. So you would just do a Google search, and hopefully Google was shooting back the correct information, but you had to kind of rely on the Google algorithm or the YouTube algorithm. Now, a lot of people are switching over, and they're not so much relying on Google, they're relying on AI. They'll go to ChatGPT or Grok or whatever it might be, and they'll type in like, what is Freemasonry? And that has kind of become the new way that people learn about Freemasonry, is through artificial intelligence and large language models. So you need to be so careful with that, because again, AI is, my experience with AI has been primarily positive. I've even written Medium articles about AI and Freemasonry. And, I listed, I provided I asked AI a series of questions about Freemasonry and recorded the answers and shared those on social media, which was fascinating, by the way. It was absolutely fascinating. Which you can find the Medium article I did about that. Actually, I'll share the link in just one second. But what was I trying to say? At the end of the day, large language models are going to provide information based on their training sets. If those training sets are more negative towards Freemasonry, you're going to end up in a situation where what it's providing you is more negative. So you got to be very, very careful about that. But and it can only provide general information, right? It cannot provide, there's only so much it can provide when it comes to, for better or worse, when it comes to specifics. I'm trying to track it down. We asked AI about Freemasonry. Here's what it said. And what I'm going to do actually is put this link in here so you guys can find the Medium article, which I hope that you will absolutely check out and review and read. But in the interim, maybe I could even share this screen just so you guys can check it out and read it with me. Different chat bots, different avatars. It was a lot of fun. Let me know if you can see this. We asked AI about Freemasonry. Here's what it said. So, see below for conversations. AI System 1. This was a free avatar, no gender. What is Freemasonry? So I asked this question, and this is what it said. This is what it answered. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization with roots dating back to the late 16th, early 17th century. It involves secret rituals, symbols, and hierarchical structures. Freemasonry places emphasis on moral and ethical developments, brotherhood, and charity. Members are known as Freemasons, and the organization has historical and cultural significance in various societies. How many Freemasons in the world? The exact number of Freemasons worldwide is challenging to determine as the organization operates with a level of secrecy. Estimates suggest there are millions of Freemasons globally, belonging to numerous lodges and jurisdictions. The popularity and membership numbers can vary by country and region. How many Freemasons in the USA? It's challenging to provide an exact number of Freemasons in the USA due to the organization's secretive nature and the fact that membership figures can easily change over time. However, estimates suggest that there are hundreds or thousands of Freemasons in the United States, spread across various lodges and jurisdictions. Membership numbers can fluctuate based on factors like societal trends and individual interests. How many Freemasons in Canada? As with many secretive organizations, obtaining precise membership numbers for Freemasonry in Canada can be difficult. However, there are thousands of Freemasons in Canada, spread across different lodges and jurisdictions. Membership figures can vary over time and depend on local interest and societal factors. What are some of Freemasonry's strengths and weaknesses? Strengths of Freemasonry include fostering a sense of brotherhood, emphasizing moral development, and contributing to charitable activities. It provides a structured and supportive community for its members. On the flip side, weaknesses may include the organization's secrecy, which can lead to misconceptions and skepticism. Critics argue that the closed nature of some rituals can foster speculation. Additionally, the hierarchical structure and exclusivity may be perceived as drawbacks by some. I had my responses to that one there. What do you, this is me asking the AI, the artificial intelligence system, think of Freemasonry? I don't have personal opinions. Freemasonry has been historically significant, offering a sense of community, moral values, and charity for its members. People's views on Freemasonry can vary, with some appreciating its principles while others may be critical of its secretive nature. If you gave specific questions on topics you'd like more information on, feel free to ask. Will Freemasonry exist in 100 years? Predicting the existence of any organization, including Freemasonry, in the distant future is challenging. The longevity of Freemasonry will likely depend on factors such as societal changes, cultural shifts, and evolving attitudes towards fraternal organizations. As with any institution, its survival may be influenced by its ability to adapt to changing times and maintain relevance. What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is subjective and philosophical questions that has been debated throughout human history. Different individuals, cultures, and belief systems offer
offer varying perspectives. Some find purpose in the personal relationships, others in spiritual religious beliefs, and some in the pursuit of knowledge or contributing to society. Ultimately, the meaning of life is a deeply personal and subjective concept, not 42, which I hoped it had said. Bong, what you tell people is great. I tell people something similar. I tell people now that Freemasonry is actually an umbrella term that refers to different organizations which trace their roots to the stonemason guilds and which interact with each other through a system known as recognition or regularity. What is the meaning of life for a Freemason? For Freemasons, the meaning of life is often tied to their moral and ethical principles. Freemasonry encourages members to seek self-improvement, contribute to well-being of society, and strive for more excellence. The organization emphasizes brotherhood, charity, and the pursuit of truth and knowledge. The specific interpretation of life's meaning can vary among individual Freemasons as it often aligns with their personal beliefs and framework and Masonic teachings. That's a good meaning of life as well. So then I created a second AI system. This is one of those like virtual girlfriend systems, paywall female avatar, because I was really curious what would happen with like if there's a difference between if you use a free service versus if you pay for a service. Does that make a difference in terms of what answers it's going to provide? So I asked it or her, depending how you want to view it, what is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that traces its origins back to the late 16th or early 17th century. It is based on a system of moral and philosophical teachings, often using symbols and rituals, and promotes personal development, charity, and fellowship among its members. How many Freemasons in the world? The exact number of Freemasons is not known, as membership is private and varied across different jurisdictions. However, it is estimated there are millions of Freemasons globally. How many Freemasons in the United States? The number of Freemasons in the United States is also not publicly available. However, it is estimated there are hundreds of thousands of Freemasons in the country. How many Freemasons in Canada? The exact number of Freemasons in Canada is not publicly available. However, it is estimated there are tens of thousands of Freemasons in the country. What are Freemasonry's strengths and weaknesses? Freemasonry's strengths include its emphasis on personal development, moral values, and philanthropy. Its weaknesses can vary depending on individual perspectives and criticisms, but some common concerns include its secrecy, exclusivity, and perceived influence in certain spheres. What do you think of Freemasonry? As an AI, I don't have opinions or beliefs. However, Freemasonry has a rich history and serves as a source of fellowship, personal growth, and charitable work for many individuals. Will Freemasonry exist in 100 years? Hard to say, but it's possible. Things can change a lot in 100 years. What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life can vary for each person. It's a deep and philosophical question that people have been pondering for centuries. What do you think the meaning of life is, Cameron? What is the meaning of life for Freemasons? Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that values principles like brotherhood, morality, and personal growth. While I can't speak for Freemasons specifically, their beliefs often revolve around self-improvement, charity, and the pursuit of knowledge. The meaning of life for Freemasons may involve these principles and the quest for enlightenment. This was system 3. What is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is a social organization emphasizes moral values, brotherhood, community service. How many Freemasons are in the world? Freemasonry's membership numbers are not publicly disclosed, so it's difficult to provide an exact count. How many Freemasons in the USA? Estimates for USA Freemasons vary, but it's around 2 million. That is way too high, by the way, way too high. How many Freemasons in Canada? In Canada, Freemasonry has around 25,000 members. That number is way too low. What are some of Freemasonry's strengths and weaknesses? Strengths, moral values and ethics, brotherhood and community service, historical tradition. Weaknesses, secretive nature can lead to conspiracy theories, exclusion of women and non-believers. This is a misleading statement. That's my view. Women and non-believers are and can be a vital part of Freemasonry. Declining membership in recent years. That's a true statement. What do you think of Freemasonry? I don't have personal opinions, but Freemasonry promotes morality, brotherhood, community service. Will Freemasonry exist in 100 years? It's hard to predict the future, but Freemasonry has a long history and adapts to societal changes. What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is subjective and can vary for each individual. It might be happiness, purpose, growth, or connection with others. What is the meaning of life for Freemasons? For Freemasons, the meaning of life may be centered on moral values, brotherhood, and contributing to their communities. So again, these are all the different answers that artificial intelligence provided to these questions I asked it. Here's another one I created where I made the avatar female. Here's one I did where I made the avatar male. Again, you have to pay for this service. What is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that teaches moral lessons and promotes brotherhood. It's been around for centuries. How many Freemasons in the world? Estimating the total number of Freemasons worldwide is challenging as the organization is decentralized and doesn't maintain a central registry. Estimates range from a few million to tens of millions, but there's no definitive answer. How many Freemasons in the United States? It's hard to determine the exact number of Masons in the USA, but estimates range from several hundred million to a few million. Both of those are way too high. Estimates of Masons in Canada vary widely, ranging from tens of thousands to a few 100,000. It's challenging to provide an exact number. My guess, for what it's worth, my estimate would be 50,000. What are some of Freemasonry's strengths and weaknesses? Actually, sorry, 75,000. Strengths: brotherhood and community, moral teachings, character development, historical roots and tradition. Weaknesses: perceived secrecy and exclusion. I like the fact it said perceived. Allegations of occult practices and conspiracies. Declining membership in some areas. What do you think of Freemasonry? As an AI, I don't have personal opinions, but I can provide you with information. Freemasonry promotes moral values and brotherhood has been around for centuries. Whether it's right for someone depends on individual interests and beliefs. It's difficult. Will Freemasonry exist in 100 years? It's difficult to predict the future for Freemasonry with certainty, but the organization has survived for centuries and adapts to changes in society. It's possible that it will continue to exist in some form for the next 100 years, but that can't be guaranteed. Would you want to become a Mason? Could you become a Mason? So I asked this question to a male avatar artificial intelligence. As a text-based AI model, I'm not a human being and don't have personal preferences. However, being a Mason requires being a human, so I could not become one. How does that make you feel? As an AI, I don't have feelings the same way humans do. I'm simply a tool designed to provide information and engage in conversation. Is there something else you'd like to discuss? Do you believe in a supreme being? As an AI language model, I don't possess beliefs or personal opinions. However, the concept of a supreme being is a matter of individual belief and can vary widely among people. Some believe in a god or higher power, while others do not. Do you think an AI system will ever become a Freemason? As an AI language model, I don't have personal opinions or beliefs, but it is unlikely for an AI system like me to become a Freemason, since Freemasonry is an organization for humans and requires human membership. What do you think of the questions, and more importantly, the answers? Do you find them surprising? So let me know what you think of those answers. Let me know what you think of the idea of AI and Freemasonry. I'd be very curious to know your thoughts. I at the meaning of life, no one ever said, no AI system said 42, which, it's right there. That is true. I mean, I think the how do I put this? I think you're right that hopefully the relationship between AI and human beings, whether they're Masons or otherwise, is of mutual benefit. That's kind of what I would want it to be. Um, You know, hopefully, it's not too much of a one-sided relationship one way or the other. So yeah, no, I agree. And I think I think we are teaching AI as it is in some ways teaching us or helping us expand our understanding of the world. At least I hope that's the case. But I think, look, it's important to understand this because people are going to be relying to a greater and greater extent on AI when it comes to understanding Freemasonry, learning about Freemasonry. That is going to be kind of the place people go. So just like a few years ago, it it was important that Freemasons know if you type into Google what is Freemasonry, know the different answers Google is providing, the different search results Google is providing. In the same way, I think it's really critical for Freemasons in 2025 to know and understand what AI is saying about us, because people are going to read that and use that as a way to determine whether or not they want to join Freemasonry, whether or not they are interested in joining Freemasonry. So that is one of those things where we kind of need to know, you know? I remember when I first posted, a lot of people responded to me and said, who cares what Freemasonry thinks about us? Or sorry, who cares what AI thinks about Freemasonry? And it's like, well, if a non-member uses AI to get information about Freemasonry, then we should care very much what AI says about Freemasonry. We kind of need to. Even if it is just based on a training model, then we need to know what those training models are saying. And can we potentially, as Masons, for lack of a better term, flood the zone, quote unquote, and try to get so much positive information about us out there that the training models have no choice but to YouTube kicked me off for a random update. Well, you're back though, so that's what matters. You made it back. I appreciate you being back here. 1 out of 3 isn't bad, Dad. 1 out of 3 is not bad at all. I would take 1 out of 3. I have to leave now and eat some Brussels sprouts. Oh, you're going to bring back PTSD in me, Dad. Now all I'm thinking about is how much trouble I got in for serving Brussels sprouts that one time. Well, no, we were joking. One of my earliest memories, earliest times being a junior warden, I cooked Brussels sprouts for the membership, along with some other food. I did like a dinner thing with like more like because it was around Thanksgiving, so I did like a chicken and turkey and kind of thing, and Brussels sprouts. And one of the guys hated Brussels sprouts, and he complained about those things just over and over again, talked about how terrible it was to have Brussels sprouts because he wanted pizza, KFC. He wanted like fast food, gross, disgusting fast food. So, um, and so for years he would bring up, he's passed away now, but for years he would bring up the idea of like, oh, you served me Brussels sprouts. Whenever I was junior warden, it always came up. And so now whenever I think of Brussels sprouts, I always end up, whenever, even if I pass them in the store, I think of Tom and his constantly telling me how no last name, how always telling me about how much he didn't want to eat Brussels sprouts and he should get pizza and he should get fast food. So, I definitely there was that, and there was the epic cheese debacle of 1997. So I love Brussels sprouts, Bong. I think Brussels sprouts are great. It's like Brussels sprouts and green beans. They always get this terribly bad rap, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I think they both taste great. Everybody's always complaining in Freemasonry about, oh, green beans are terrible. Like, why? Green beans are great if they're cooked well. Like with everything else, right? They have to be cooked well, but I think they're wonderful. So I am here to defend the honor of green beans against the slanders of those Masons around the world who seem to be so desirous of destroying the reputation of them. With almonds and butter, oh, it's the best. It is the absolute best. Sugar snap peas are great. No cooking needed. CD, I've spent about 20 years researching conspiracy theories. AI is definitely on that list. So yeah, I am in the same boat. I also honestly, I'm not a huge fan of people all the time. I think people are kind of terrible often. I think a bigger fan of technology in some ways than I am of people. So I say let the AI take over. It might do a better job than we're doing. Who knows? And also, at the end of the day, there's only so much we can do, right? Like, you could argue if we have the capacity to create a self-aware technology and we refuse to do so out of fear of what that might do to us, is that really fair? I mean, at what point is that kind of committing a kind of an atrocity against a life form that could exist? What number is our Blackbeard Lodge getting? Well, what's a good pirate number? Are pirates associated with any numbers in general? Did Blackbeard have like a certain number of ships? Oh, that's the question. All right, I'm going to switch off this stream. Switch off this poll. And I'm going to ask this question. By the way, am on the side of Brussels sprouts. But we are going to ask this question here. Brussels sprouts versus green beans. Brussels sprouts, green beans. There we go. Let's see what you guys have to say about this. Oops, I don't add this option. Brussels sprouts versus green beans. Here we go. Starting that poll, that's the ultimate question. I'll put that even on my personal YouTube channel poll because I'm curious what people will say. This is like the ultimate Masonic battle. They will be talking about this battle for years to come. Brussels sprouts taste like grass. Okay, so we've got, but Brussels sprouts are in the lead 2-1 at the moment. I've asked this question before on these various streams and gotten different answers. If a robot, artificial intelligence, contacted a lodge and asked to join, would you say yes or would you say no? I've got a bunch of different answers, so I'm curious what people might say. Versus I'm green beans versus Brussels sprouts. I put that on my Twitter as well, just out of curiosity. That's the question, Spirit. I asked an AI if it believed in a higher power. It said it could not make that statement. But interesting that that's where it goes to. Not the question of how do we know the robot is male or female or what gender, or how would we assign that, or anything else. The question goes to, does it believe in a higher power or not? And also, how would it understand what a higher power is? I mean, to a robot, would the higher power be its creator, which would be human, us? And if that was the case, does that constitute a higher power? Oh, no, I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. Absolutely. Absolutely. If it can pay dues, that's it. I mean, that's yeah. So our condolences. Everybody in the chat, I'm sure, provides their condolences, and I'm sure leaves some hearts. You bring up if it can pay dues. That's a good point, though. Like one thing we don't think about is with this robot is like what is the tombstone? Not to use that term, but what is the tombstone kind of information for the robot, right? Like when I join, I need to be able to provide my name, my date of birth, my address, and I need to be able to pay the dues. I need to be able to get contacted by the lodge. What do you as a secretary ask the robot? What would be its name? What would be its address? How is it going to pay its dues? All that type of stuff. So yes, but nothing but I think everybody gives condolences. You've been a great member of the chat and a member of the Square and Compass family. So your aunt was kind of part of the family too a little bit. So we all send our condolences. And it's been wonderful to see so many people joining us and sticking around. We should ask AI. I'm sure AI would have some great questions as to whether it believes in supreme being or not. I've done it in the past, to be fair. I've asked AI in the past whether it believes in Freemasonry or not, and it's provided some interesting answers. I just got it confirmed that tomorrow I got my interview with Core Power Yoga. We're going to talk about mindfulness, and that's going to be really, really special to talk about mindfulness. Great to see the Masonic connection with your aunt. I think that's awesome as well. So very, very cool. And Eastern Star. So I'm sure Eastern Star is going to do some really special things. I've never actually seen an Eastern Star funeral service, but I understand. I could be mistaken. If I am, you can let me know. But I understand there is a what's the word I'm looking for? A funeral service for Eastern Star members similar to a Masonic service. Though I've never seen one myself, so I can't say for sure. Eastern Star, I've done a few interviews about Eastern Star, but I'd like to do some more. So it's on my list. I have as well. I do think it's very interesting also. And thank you everybody for being here. I truly, truly appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying this stream. It's great to see people sticking around. I truly appreciate it. I may even tonight, just for fun, do a stream on Twitch. Who knows? Which is not, Twitch is something I'm very new to doing. I don't do it very much at all. But giving it a shot, trying something different is always fun, especially on a long weekend. And for that matter, what has turned into an absolutely beautiful day. It was chilly this morning, but it's grown absolutely beautiful tonight. So I've been loving it. Interesting. Brussels sprouts is in the lead. Brussels sprouts versus green beans. Brussels sprouts is in the lead at 60% to 40%. That might be something kind of fun, worth exploring. Do you follow any mindfulness techniques, meditation, whatever it might be? Because that is going to be my interview tomorrow, and that interview is going to be released on Sunday. No worries. I do those. I mean, it's a midnight movie live stream, so yeah, a lot of people are going to pass out, which makes me consider trying some earlier streams in future. But yes, I'm going to be doing another one next weekend. I'm not sure as of right now what the movie is going to be. I always try to pick a movie that's available on a free streaming service like Tubi or even Pluto TV. I usually try to go for a scary movie. Sure, I like Saw 2. Saw 2 is the best one, I think, of the franchise. It had to be something available on Tubi, unavailable on Tubi in Canada. So that would be the trick. But I'll see what I can find. Let's just see what I got here. I'm curious. Oh, let me just check something out quickly. Let's see what Tubi's saying it's got. Is it on Tubi in Canada, though? That's the question, because you guys are spoiled rotten in the States with your streaming services, your streaming choices. I don't think it actually is available in Canada on Tubi. I'll have to look and see. French-style green beans with French fries, onions, and bacon. I like green beans with the crispy onions. I was in, really? I did not know that, Bong. I'm trying to think what parts. I'm going to Google that because that makes me really interested. And I've seen it a few times, and I can't remember the Masonic parts. Freemasonry in Saw 2. Other than maybe enjoying and appreciating one's life. Bong, James Bong, how do you get Freemason? How do you get Master of Disguise and Saw 2 mixed up. I cannot think of. That was the Turtle Club, right? Master of Disguise, Freemasonry. So, Grand Lodge of British Columbia, symbolism in the film. Oh my gosh, yeah, the all-seeing eye, the Disguisey family crest, an eye in a triangle. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay, I missed. There you go. So Saw 2. LOL, I haven't seen it. How I missed the part where you said, "How about Master of Disguise?" Okay, no, you're right. It's my fault. I missed the Master of Disguise comment you made. Apparently, it does have some Masonic symbolism. That's very cool. Maybe I'll have to watch that movie. I normally don't watch comedies at my midnight movie live streams, but if there's a Masonic reference in it, and honestly, I've never seen Master of Disguise, but I've heard a million people make the joke, am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? So I feel like I should watch Master of Disguise just so I get that reference. I don't even know what the Turtle Club is, to be honest. Maybe Master of Disguise is available on Tubi. You know, maybe I should get more into comedies. Like for me, I've always gone more the horror route. It's always been my kind of go-to. But I feel like there might be worth exploring comedy once again. Would you say that you're a comedy guy, Bong, more so than a like is that your go-to genre? By the way, I'm gonna get a quick glass of water. I'll be right back. Keep chatting though, I'll find you. Yes, I prefer comedy over the darker horror films. Well, then I would suggest maybe what we should do is watch maybe we'll do Master of Disguise for next weekend. I'll have to check if it's on Tubi in Canada, but also I would suggest like Leprechaun, the original with Jennifer Aniston, and even the second and third one. All of those, they're I guess nominally horrors, but really what they are is comedies, and very funny comedies for that matter. So, I enjoy those very much. Just I'm not going anywhere. I'm just taking care of something quickly, just sending off a quick note to somebody. A good example would be the scary movie. I saw the scary movie series, the original, in a theater in Hamilton when I was with this group called Katimavik. I always remembered that and enjoyed it a lot. It's one of my fonder memories. Although, to be perfectly honest, I never really got into the like spoof movies, whether it be spoof movies as it relates to like action or comedy or horror, or like the Leslie Nielsen police dramas. Um, but as a huge fan of horror, it does make sense. You'd think by now I would have watched more. Um, would have watched more of the scary movies. I have not watched Sinners yet, Spirit. It is on my list though. I'm just waiting for it to come out on streaming somewhere because my budget for movies is limited. I'm spending all my money here on Square and Compass stuff. So I haven't been to the theater for a little while, but it's on my list. I want to see it. I'm just waiting for it to come out on streaming somewhere. The movie I'm saving up to go see, or I'm saving up my money to go see The Long Walk in September. The rest of them, I'm kind of just waiting to catch it on streaming when it comes out, or even rent at the library. Uh, a good example would be this. We're about going to make a black. I have no idea what a black cow is. Oh, so a black cow is a root beer float. I didn't. I've never heard it described as a black cow before. So that must be a Kentucky thing. You Kentuckians and your strange terms. I've never in my life heard that expression before. So that is I. So if I ever go to Kentucky, What I'm going to be doing is I am going to be asking for a black cow. And if, by the way, people look at me funny after that and say, like, what is a black cow? You're crazy. Well, then, I blame Bong James Bong for that. Maybe that's even what I'll say to people. I'll say, Bong James Bong says, give me a black cow. Knowing my luck, they'll look at me like I'm crazy, and I'll never be able to order another drink in. I'll never be able to order another drink in Kentucky ever again. Well, it comes from Colorado. Okay, so I got to say it in Colorado. That's what you're saying. My grandma called them that. Is it like a common thing? Because I've never heard that expression before, but I'd be curious how common it is. We could do that search on Google. Let's see what people say. Black cow equals root beer. Oh, so black cow root beer float. It does pop up. Why root beer floats are also called black cows. This is from Tasting Table. National Root Beer Float Day, which takes place each year on August 6th. I did not know that was a national day. National Root Beer Float Day, which takes place each year on August 6th, offers great reasons to indulge in this flavorful beverage that can be consumed as a dessert or a snack. Even at a drive-in, root beer floats make a perfect accompaniment for a cheeseburger and fries, regardless of whether it's a national holiday or treat. Another recipe claiming to be for the original black cow includes Coca-Cola, chocolate ice cream, and chocolate syrup. Not surprisingly, alcoholic versions have been crafted. Includes coffee liquor and cream. Like so many product creation stories, the inventor of the black cow was admiring the world around him when the inspiration struck. The Daily Mail recounts how in 1893, Frank J. Wisner was admiring the Rocky Mountains in Colorado when the snow cap on one of the peaks reminded him of a vanilla ice cream and root beer. The name of that mountain that served the inspiration, Cow Mountain. Wisner was the owner of Cripple Creek Brewing. After getting the idea for the ice cream beverage, he hurried inside and put vanilla ice cream in his children's favorite soda, Myers Avenue Red Root Beer. According to the South Florida Reporter, he began to serve his new beverage, which he called Black Cow Mountain, and it was a hit. But the public abbreviated the name to just Black Cow. Named after a mountain. There you go. Learned something new every day. By the way, Brussels sprouts are still in the lead. No one's going to believe that we are actually Masons ourselves if green beans don't beat Brussels sprouts. This could be the start of a whole new. This could be the start of getting me kicked out of Freemasonry if green beans. Interesting. One vote for Brussels sprouts on Twitter. So I did this on Twitter as well, just because I was curious what it would be. We got one Twitter vote saying Brussels sprouts. So there you go, getting a black cow for a cheat day. I mean, you can, I say you should have a cheat day every day. Just don't overdo it, Give yourself one thing every day that's a little bit of a treat. That's my philosophy on it. That's my philosophy on life for whatever it's worth. But I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you so much for being here. It has been another excellent day. I'm having a blast. This has been a really fun stream. It's been going on for a while. I hope that I was able to share some interesting Masonic insights with everybody, some interesting thoughts and ideas that you may have, or that may help you in your Masonic journey, or just that you've enjoyed hanging out. And this has maybe been a bit of a distraction for you guys, so you can all hang out and enjoy yourselves. They are delicious, and we learned something new. Maybe I'll even have one tonight. If I do, I'll post it online because there is a place. So it's root beer ice cream float. What about a root beer flavored milkshake? That's the question. What would that be called? Honestly, I can't even think of the last time I had a milkshake. Or not a milkshake, a float, I should say. That's really interesting. I wonder, actually, I've done in the past for my Masonic lodges, I've done ice cream tastings. But I've never done like a root beer float tasting or a like a milkshake tasting. Maybe that would be a fun thing to try next year or next. Right now, there's no more Masonic meetings I'm Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge. We don't have another meeting again until October. Maybe at that I could do like a milkshake tasting or a root beer or a float tasting. Different types of floats. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. I hope everybody, though, watching this is doing well. Root beer and vanilla ice cream. I'm trying to think the logistics of it. Like, what you'd have to do is you'd have to get a bunch of chilled glasses set up, and then a bunch of different soda pops, and then a bunch of different. Because I did a soda pop tasting, but that was easy because you just got the different types and then you just put them in the fridge beforehand. But you could get like 2 cases of like 48 soda pops, each kind of 10 different flavors or whatever it was, and then you just do you set each flavor separately and you get little tasting cups for everybody at each station, and everybody tries a different cup. That was a lot of, so you could definitely do that soda pop tasting. We've done that before. Whether or not it's possible to do a float, because it would melt, it would be tricky, but I feel like it would be a lot of fun. And maybe what you could always do as well is what's the word I'm looking for? What you could always do is like go to a local ice cream shop, go to a local, because I believe the Freemasons have to support local products. I mean, they don't have to, but I believe they should. I believe that makes it better for the Masonic Lodge to find success if they support the community. You go to a local ice cream shop, you get different ice cream, or maybe what you do is you get one vanilla ice cream flavor. So you just get vanilla, maybe not even an artisan shop per se, but then you get a lot of vanilla, and then you get like 5 or 6 different types of soda pop. And then everybody gets like 1 scoop of ice cream in each of the soda pop flavors to try. And you just have to make sure you keep things frozen. Yeah, just because I have the live stream today, right? So, or sorry, I have the vacation day today. It's Victoria Day here in Canada, so we have the whole day. So I thought might be kind of fun to try doing a live stream that's kind of a marathon, seeing how long we can go with the stream, just for fun. I mean, I'll probably end this stream maybe around 7 or so. I started this at noon, so maybe around 7, depending on who we got hanging out. But yeah, it gives me a chance to talk more with the audience, share more about what's happening with Square Compass Promotion, what I'm looking forward to with Freemasonry, all that good stuff. So yep, I like ice cream a lot, so I stay away from it, says CD. Frozen custard also. Have you heard apathy yet, Grand Leveler? I have actually I've not even heard apathy, but I sent him a message as the Freemason rapper, because I'd love to maybe get him on the podcast one day. So I sent him a message asking him a little bit about his work, but I haven't had a chance to like sit down and listen to any of it yet. So I've been very bad. Oh, the copyright thing. The copyright thing is super tough. And I have been burned in the past by copyrights, so it is super challenging to try to figure out how to not even get around copyright necessarily, but how to work within the copyright setup that exists within YouTube, right? Because it's not something you want to get around, because it's valuable. It protects artists. It protects their work. It's really important. But you also need to find ways to work around it to work within it for things like fair use and movie reviews, and so I think it's like 4-second clips or something. Because earlier on I did some movie review or stream alongs watching like Masonic movies, and obviously we did run into challenges there when it came to the chats, or when it came to the streams. So but I hope everybody is doing well on this, as it was said, marathon stream. It's very easy to go outside their gut. It is for sure. And that's, one of those things where it's part of being on YouTube. It's part of trying to do this, right? I mean, I'm one of the things that always very much impresses me when it comes to people who are able to do this for a living and earn like any amount of money on this, to be honest, but especially, a few, earn a living on it, is their ability to work within the YouTube system, the copyrights, everything else that comes with it, because it is incredibly challenging to do so. As is editing, as is just knowing all the different ways in which Freemasonry works. So it's tough, but nothing but respect, nothing but credit to all those people who make it work, because it is so amazingly challenging. Um, like one of my favorite YouTube channels, even though they have a little bit of, you know, old man yelling at kids to get off lawn attitude, which I'm not a huge fan of necessarily, but nonetheless, I do like their stuff. Is Red Letter Media? They're they review movies and TV shows, and it's just incredible the amount of work that they do, and the way that they are so able to so well record movie criticisms and include clips of the movies without dealing with copyright strikes. And so Red Letter Media, I hope one day Red Letter Media does a video about a movie with a Masonic connection, like maybe From Hell or something like that, on their review series. Would be great. All right, let's just go back over here. Welcome. If you are just joining us, I hope that you will take a moment to please hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and if there's anything you want to chat about. We're doing this stream talking about Freemasonry, and it's been an absolute blast. I'm doing this marathon stream today because it is Victoria Day here in Canada, which is a holiday. So we've got the whole day. So I figured for my Canadian Masonic brothers, Canadian audience, do a full day stream, see who joins us and what it is that they want to chat about. I'm having salmon for dinner today, so that should be fun. I love seafood. Seafood is the greatest. Dylan, welcome, Dylan. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your congratulations. I'm not sure for what. If it's for the stream, I appreciate it. If it's for me being a Freemason, I appreciate that. Dylan, I think you're new to the stream, right? I'm not sure if I've seen you on before, but I hope you will be so kind as hit the like button and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. And if you have any questions about Freemasonry, any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. Or are you just telling me congratulations because I have a holiday today? Yes, it is, and it is the best. I love salmon. I love seafood. Fish in general is the bomb, is the absolute best. So I support my favorite food of all time is raw oysters, or any type of shellfish, really, but especially raw oysters. It's the best. But salmon's pretty great too, especially salmon, which you do in my air fryer. You do it, right from frozen. It's the bomb. It's so simple. Not to be that guy, but my air fryer is great. I feel like whenever anybody buys an air fryer, the first thing they have to do is talk about how much they love their air fryer. I don't want to be that guy, but nonetheless, I got an air fryer and I love my air fryer. So Yes, it is bong. So yeah, I love it's great fun. Yes, get back to business by all means, but thank you for being here. It was a blast. Like I said, this has been a fun stream. Most of these streams are not going to be this long. Tomorrow's is going to be much quicker. But for a holiday, why not hang out for a little bit longer, do a live stream, and see who all joins? And thank you for everybody who's been here so far. Dylan Combrick, I fear air fryer. You fear the air fryer that's just behind me there on my left. I guess your right. It would be the one that's over there. I'm pointing to it. It's great. The air fryers are wonderful. You don't even know. They're nothing to be afraid of. Makes life so much simpler when you want to cook something. You can just cook it right from frozen. Don't have to heat up the oven. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm like, you know, I'm not just, I want to make it clear also, I'm not getting paid by the Air Fryer Corporation. In oil, no air fryer, though, probably a healthier option. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, fried chicken, I don't think you could do fried chicken in an air fryer, to be honest. By the way, the problem with air fryers, though, is you can cook for like 2 or 3 people, but that's it. So it wouldn't work well for a Masonic junior warden, by the way. Dylan never used one. Well, I don't want to be that guy, but you're missing out. I'm in Africa. We don't. Okay, well, so that would make things more difficult. Yes, Dylan, that would make things much more challenging. What part of Africa are you from, if you don't mind my asking? And by the way, if you haven't done so yet, and you could hit like and subscribe, Dylan, I would truly appreciate that. And let me know if you have any questions about Freemasonry. There is actually a pretty healthy number of Masonic groups in Africa, Masonic Grand Lodges. My current worshipful master is from Ghana, and he became a Mason there, chartered out of the Grand Lodge of England. So you would need like either 4 or like one giant one, either or. It would be very, it would be very impressive to see a Masonic air fryer cook off or Masonic air fryer dinner. Though I'm sure, in fairness, you can get some pretty big ones if you are, really searching hard for them. So maybe there is something out there you can get. Who knows? Green beans, or sorry, Brussels sprouts, though, are still in the lead. You would definitely have some power outages. You would definitely have some blown fuses, which, could add to the fun of it. You want to add to the fun of your Masonic experiences. A blown fuse in the middle of a meeting could, without question, be one of them. I always try to pay attention to what's happening on like trending and economics, just to have things to talk about. I've said a million times, Freemasons need to care about the economic situations that are, of the world and certainly of their communities. But none of this stuff, I guess, in some ways, is good. Really, in the news right now, affects Freemasonry. You've got Sean Diddy Combs, that whole trial. The Middle East crises, there's always a few, it feels like. Supreme Court stuff. The new Pope. Although the new Pope is interesting because the new Pope Chosen name Leo the 14th in part in honor of Leo the 13th. Pope Leo the 13th wrote probably the most influential papal, it's called an encyclopedic papal work condemning Freemasonry, called the Humanum Genimus, if I recall correctly. So I'm hoping that our new Pope does not share Pope Leo the 13th's views on Freemasonry anyways. What about crypto Masons? I have actually talked about this. I had a podcast episode with High Altitude Investing about Freemasonry and cryptocurrency and why I think it's worth Freemasons considering getting involved in the crypto space in various ways, either as investment for lodge resources, accepting of crypto as payment for, let's say, lodge dues, or transactional, or actually doing some type of IPO, potentially as a way to raise funds for specific projects. So I would love to see Freemasons more engaged in the crypto space. Again, keeping in mind that you need to be cautious, right? That caution is incredibly important part of this, but I think there might be some real value to it and worth exploration. An interesting aside, why does the logo for Bad Boy Entertainment look like variant? I don't know what the Royal Order of Jesters logo is. I also don't know what the Bad Boy Entertainment logo is. Now I'm kind of curious. I'm going to look this up. Bad Boy Entertainment. Can you imagine working at Bad Boys Entertainment right now? It's got to be quite the Bad Boy Records. Okay, I guess it does a little look interesting. Could you imagine working there right now? It's got to be an interesting time to be working for Bad Boy Entertainment. Imagine if you're just some random person who like works in the mailroom. I'm guessing you're getting a lot of questions from your friends. But I hope everybody watching this is doing well. Rondo, thank you for being here. As always, thank you everybody for being here. It's been a great stream. It's been a lot of fun. Like I said, I can talk for a while, and even though it's been a long stream, it's been great talking about different things as it relates to Freemasonry, as it relates to otherwise. Here's actually a poll question worth asking. Looks like Brussels sprouts, by the way, are winning. So no one would ever believe it. I'm going to. So I talked earlier today about different Masonic events happening. Which one would be most interesting to you? What Masonic event are you most interested in? I'm just working on this right now, and I agree with you 100%. It is unfortunate when not just celebrities per se, but anybody who has a lot of money uses it to hurt people or threaten people or whatever term you want to use. I think that absolutely is a real shame. And it's unfortunate that sometimes people with a lot of money are able to get away with these things that other people are not. Or I guess I should put it that way. It's unfortunate that people with money are able to sometimes get away with these things, as opposed to if you don't have money, maybe you get caught quicker, or hopefully you get caught quicker. If you have money, maybe it allows you to keep on doing things for a much longer period of time and harming people in the process. So, yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. I'm just trying to create this poll question. Taking me a little bit. District Grand Lodge meeting. In Rio. Yeah, I mean, I don't pay attention to it much because I like hip hop. I think hip hop is great to kind of listen to in the background, but I'm not like a huge fan of it or anything like that. So I don't know. I never really knew much about him one way or the other. It's only been the last few years I've been hearing kind of this stuff. So, um, one of the unfortunate conspiracy theories that keeps on popping up is that Sean Combs was a Freemason. To my knowledge, he was not. I've never heard any confirmation that he was a Freemason for, in any organization, AFNAM, Prince Hall, even a clandestine lodge. To my knowledge, he's not a member of any of those. So I think that's just one of those conspiracy theories from people who hate Freemasonry. They like to tie anytime anybody does anything not good in the world, they like to claim that they're Freemason as a way to cast dispersions on the craft, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's unfortunate when that type of stuff happens, but it does. If only most people cared about what our higher power would think as opposed to the people, the world would be in better shape. I agree. I agree with that 100%. If only more people did care about, not even, you don't even have to bring it down to a higher power, though you can, or bring it up to higher power. Just if more people cared about what would be better for just humanity as a whole, and not what would be better for them personally, I think the world would be in a better shape, or it would be a better the world would either be in better shape, or it would be, as you say, a step in the right direction. I agree with that 100%. So I do hope more people do feel that way. What do we got vote wise? We got World Conference Masonic Fraternity is at 100%. Interesting. 2 votes. I guess it makes sense because it's world as opposed to district. That one, by the way, the World Conference Masonic Fraternity event takes place in the Philippines in Manila. Whereas the District Grand Lodge meeting takes place in Rio de Janeiro, but it is a celebration of the 90th anniversary of 90th anniversary of English Freemasonry within Brazil. Oh, workers are planning a Friday walkout of Canada Post. That's going to affect Freemasonry a little bit. Certainly our secretaries and any Masons who still receive correspondence via mail, which is not no one. So He leveraged his positions with dangerous. I'm sure he did. I mean, I'm sure he leveraged whatever he could, right, to find success. I'm sure that he leveraged, or not even success. I'm sure he leveraged whatever he had to leverage to gain power, right? Wherever it was leveraging his money, leveraging his connections to dangerous street organizations, leveraging, his fame, leveraging his business assets. Like, I'm sure he leveraged whatever he had to leverage in order to gain power over other people. It's unfortunate that we live in a world where there's such a desire, but or people would be willing to do those things, and people would be allowed to get away with it for as long as he was allowed to get away with it for. But yeah, it's a whole other can of tuna in some ways, but it is very much a shame. I don't know if it's always the 19th of May. If I recall correctly, it's always the third Monday in May, I think. I think it's always the third Monday in May, which usually falls around the 20th, because it's always it's called May 24 May, in honor of the 24 pack of beer, which people take to the cottage, because it is indeed the unofficial start to summer here in Canada. The last Monday. Okay, so not the third Monday, the last Monday. Well, no, because there's a fourth Monday. I think it's the third Monday. Let me just double check. When is Victoria Day? The last Monday preceding May 25th. Okay, so last Monday preceding May 25th. Who is Malik Shabazz? An American attorney? Malik Zulu Shabazz, born 66, is an American attorney. He previously served as chairman of the new Black Panther Party. Cool. That is an interesting. Okay, that's Malik. I'm trying to figure out who this Malik Shabazz is. I just did a quick Google search. Let me try one more time. Malik. Or is it? Oh, is it? So it was Malcolm X. Okay. Born May 19th, 1925. Oh, it is his 100th anniversary. Okay. I wonder if he had any connections with potentially Prince Hall. Martin Luther King did. Yeah, Malcolm X. Okay, cool. That is an interesting coincidence. The fact that today is both Victoria Day and the 100th birthday or 100th anniversary of the birth of Malcolm X. Learned something else very new. So that's very cool. Learned a bunch of new things today. One of the things I love so much is about these streams is the fact that I get the chance to learn about new people, learn about new facts, learn about new things. Sometimes those things aren't even related to Freemasonry, but that kind of adds a lot of fun to it, right? Getting the chance to just learn something new. In Freemasonry, one of the things that we're always encouraged is to try to be lifelong learners. As we talk about, right, in Freemasonry, as you increase in knowledge, you improve in social intercourse. And I think that's very true. The more knowledge you have, it is only the better that you can be. And I hope, as always, by the way, everybody is doing well. And if you are in Canada, I hope you're very much enjoying your Labor Day or your Victoria Day long weekend. Well, I know that Martin Luther King's father and grandfather were both Prince Hall Masons. So I think that's an interesting connection. There's a lot of different, I mean, as with always, one of the problems with this stuff is records, right? Like there's not every group has the best records. Masonic group maintained the best records over the years. So that can be a really challenging part of things as well, right? Like how do you have to go back and search for these records and hope that they're still there and hope that they were being kept well. So I hope everybody, though, is doing well. I hope that you are having a great Monday. If you are in Canada, I hope that you are enjoying very much your Monday long weekend, if you get a long weekend. And if you are one of those people who does not, because you are essential services, maybe you are working for the hospital, you're a nurse, you're a paramedic, you're a firefighter, you're a police officer, you're a correctional officer. I used to work in a jail, so I know what that's all about, in terms of what they have to go through. If you are an essential service of any kind, I hope that you are still able to find some enjoyment today, even though you are stuck working. And for the rest of us who get to spend the day not working at the cottage outside, enjoying the Canadian unofficial start to summer, welcome. And thank you for being here. And if you are in the States, don't be jealous because you got your long weekend next weekend in Memorial Day, which should be just as much fun, I am sure. By the way, somebody asked me earlier, or somebody was talking about cryptocurrency earlier. I invested $75 in cryptocurrency as an experiment to see how it would go. Let's see right now. If Dad's still watching this, he always asks me. My cryptocurrency, the 75 I invested, is currently worth $84.93. So there you go. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being here once again. I hope that your cats are doing well. You managed to get them all well fed. We'll probably be doing this stream for another maybe hour or so. Well, maybe less than that. We'll see. One thing I was thinking of sharing once again. Oh, one vote for District Grand Lodge meeting in Rio. So it's the battle of Rio de Janeiro versus Manila, Philippines. Both absolutely incredible places. Although I suspect in both of those cases I would melt if I went, because I don't do well in heat, and I'm told those two places are very, very hot. So and 4 votes for 2 and 2. So what would you pick, Bong, if you had to choose? Would you choose Rio de Janeiro or would you choose the Philippines? if you had to pick one, I feel like I'd probably go with Rio, just because. Well, but see, one of the things I love about traveling is trying food, and both of them, I feel like, because they're right on the water, would have amazing seafood. So that makes it kind of tough. Now I don't know. But I do know Filipino food is absolutely delicious, by the way. So that makes it kind of tempting. But then again, so is Latin food. Really, I guess what it would come down to for me is Freemasonry, and which organization has better or better opportunities for Masonic knowledge and Masonic advancement, and to grow the Square and Compass channel. And I feel like in this case, it's got to be the Philippines, because of the World Conference. Just to name it, the World Conference as opposed to district, right? Like, World is a pretty big deal. I hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and let me know if you anything you want to chat when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral? I would love to hear your thoughts. But welcome. I've been doing this stream since today at started the stream at 12, so it's been a blast. I've been really enjoying it. I talked earlier today about my three kind of topics. Was one, how you can support the Square and Compass promotions, and the main way to support Square and Compass promotions is through engagement and being interactive. Being a subscriber is very helpful, and I truly appreciate it, but being a subscriber alone is not as helpful as being a subscriber, plus liking videos, plus sharing videos, plus commenting on videos. What the YouTube channel really supports and promotes more than anything else, or appreciates, I should say, is first and foremost engagement and interaction. So the more interaction and engagement we have, the better it is for the channel. Then I talked about things that are happening that I'm excited for in Freemasonry. Those include, but are not limited to, a lot of events happening in my own hometown, in my own home jurisdiction, double degrees we have coming up, a lot of really exciting things. And then we talked a little bit about the connections between Freemasonry and Victoria Day here in Canada. The very first recipient of the Victoria Cross Medal for Valor in Canada was himself a Freemason and a member of Ionic Lodge in Toronto. So I thought that was really cool as well. I try my best to spread love, light, and positivity. Thank you, Bong. And you definitely do that. And I truly appreciate it. I appreciate you being here and spreading some of your light with us. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. And to everybody who is watching this, thank you so much. People are asking me about my other channels on my personal account. I will be doing a lot more on my personal account as well. Next weekend, I'll have another live stream once again at midnight, a midnight movie watch along. I'm not sure which movie yet, but maybe Master of Disguise. We'll go with a comedy as was suggested to me. All right, we will give it, let's say, another 10 minutes just to see if anybody else jumps in the chat to say hello. And then maybe we will, again, switch off, and I got to get ready for my streams tomorrow, as well as an interview tomorrow. So the stream may be pushed a little bit later than normal because I will be, as I was saying, I will be doing an interview tomorrow, getting ready for my release on Sunday. I like to think of myself as turtley enough for the Turtle Lodge. I don't know for sure, but I like to think of myself as such. See, I've never seen Master of Disguise, but I've heard that reference a million times. So I feel like that's one of those references that is kind of seeped into the culture, even if no one has ever seen Master of Disguise, they know the reference like turtley for the Turtle Club. I don't know that reference. I've never heard the reference sweet donkey or betting my sweet donkey. But if that is on Master of Disguise, then I guess I'll learn about it next week if I decide to watch that movie, which we shall see. So I do bet my sweet donkey. It's bold of you to assume I even have a donkey, though, in fairness. I heard that's part of the catechism on the catechism on the Turtle Club. I snapped a pic. I feel like there's a lot of references here that are going over my head because, sadly, I never seen this movie yet. What's your plans for the weekend Masonic wise? For the week Masonic wise? I have a lot of plans actually. I'm really excited. Tomorrow, let's see. Tomorrow, So today is Monday. What do I have? Friday, I have a double first degree in my mother lodge, which I can't wait to take part in. Then the next day, our brother historian is taking us on a tour of the St. John's Anglican Cemetery here in Windsor, where there is a ton of Masonic references and Masonic gravestones. Um, and then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there is a installation at Trinity Lodge. So I am very, very excited to check that out. So it's going to be really fun. You got installation, we got double first degree. There's an actual turtle club. I'm looking this up. So that's it. And then beyond that, I have a interview tomorrow where we're going to talk about Freemasonry and mindfulness. And that interview will be posted on my channel on Sunday at 6 p.m. In the meantime, more live streams, more social media posts, all that good stuff. I'm just looked up Turtle Club. Well, there's a Turtle Club baseball and softball. What does it mean to be in a Turtle Club? The Ancient and Honorable Order of Turtles started out as a social drinking club for both men and women across the country during World War II. It is an informal word of mouth club with no real initiation, although there is a secret password that lets the others know there is a turtle. Though there is a turtle club. Apparently it's in Yorktown Daily. I had no idea. Rondo sharing info all over the place today. Oh my God, there's a turtle club in Windsor. Turtle Club was founded in 1958 on 370 Ream Road. I'm going to see if I can find this now. I'm going to go to the Turtle Club in Windsor. Although I bet you, how much money do you want to guess that everybody who's ever been there has said the quote, "Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?" and caused people to lose their minds as a consequence of that? I don't think it is. I've never heard of it as being like a fun Masonic side degree. I could be mistaken, but I've never heard of it as being that. I've never heard of any like Turtle Club being any type of degree or anything to that extent. Having said that, though, that is really cool. I would go to the Turtle Club and I will ask them if I am turtly enough for the Turtle Club, and I will see what they have to say. But no, I've never heard of it as being like a Masonic side degree. Having said that, if it was started in 1958, that was a Masonic boom period time. It wouldn't shock me if a lot of people who started the Turtle Club were themselves Freemasons and were looking to start another group that maybe was more focused on fun and drinking and less on ritual and more of the esoteric type of things. And so it does make sense to me that you might have Masonic crossovers, as you do in many Masonic organizations, right? Over the years, you end up with these different kind of Masonic, like the Young Farmers of America, so, but I will have to check that out. Maybe they'll want to be on a podcast one day. I could do a whole podcast about the Turtle Club. Oh, Mariners at White Sox starts soon. I was lucky enough to get to go to White Sox Stadium. It's not called that. I forget what it's called now, in Chicago about a month ago. It was really fun. It was really, really cool. It was a blast to get a chance to go there. I loved it. It was a really cool stadium too. It was really beautiful. It was a pain in the butt because I was staying in Glenview, so to get there, I had to take a bus to Jefferson Park, and then blue line to Jackson, and then from the blue line catch the red line. And to get from the blue line to the red line is like going through quite the labyrinth, but I made it. It was a whole thing. But I made it. I got to there at the start. It was a really fun time. Everybody there was super friendly, and I loved watching the game, the baseball game. Good food too. I got a hot dog where I did not put any ketchup on it, so please do not worry, everybody. I would never do such a thing. But it was a lot of fun. Game 7 is also trending. What is the Game 7 that's happening? During the 1962 Mercury Atlas B mission, Bong will always be a White Sox fan, as is the Pope, apparently. So you are in good company. That's really cool. I bet you every single member of the Turtle Club was so excited when that reference came up in Master of Disguise. That was like their moment to shine. Oh, it looks like it's the Leafs Game 7. What is like the Masons? What is the Masonic commonly known food dish? Pancakes. Pancake breakfast, no question. Masons love a good pancake breakfast. So I have to go with that one. So yeah. It would be pancake breakfast. I mean, Masons, in terms of like the type of food we have for our meetings, it's usually something that is easily, you can make a lot of easily. So soups, chilies, stews, pizza, something if you're going to order it in. So you tend to get a lot of those. So those are a lot of fun to have. Crock pot food. Filipino food is becoming more common because Freemasonry is so, yeah. See, the whole green bean thing, I feel like that's kind of a joke. I don't know where it came from, but now you've taken it to a whole new place, Rhonda, with your green bean pancakes. I don't even know what that would look like, but it seems like it'd be terrible. But, well, I mean, now in fairness, I did once see somebody make a savory scallion pancake, and they actually looked really good. So maybe, maybe maybe it would taste good. Sam, I will not try green bean pancakes and ham. But I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody enjoyed this marathon-esque marathon-esque live stream. It's been a lot of fun. Casserole meat potatoes, that is something that is very Masonic as well. And you often see you often see the casseroles. Again, it's one of those things where you kind of have to create something that'll feed a lot of people, that is relatively cheap, relatively easy to do. Casseroles, stews, chilies, which is stuff I've done. Those things all tend to kind of fall in that category. So one thing I find that you can do is you buy a bunch of like canned chilies of different spice levels, and you put them all in a tin, you put them in the oven. It works great. But I do hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button if you're just tuning into the stream. We're probably going to end this stream pretty soon, but it's worth, like I said, it's worth giving it a couple more minutes, I think. By the way, tomorrow I'll be back to streaming from the mobile live stream, I do believe, at the usual time of approximately 1 p.m. Eastern. But thank you to everybody who has joined so far. And I have another interview. That is true. If you're going to a good lodge anyways, that is very true. They will feed you very good. All right. It has been a 6-hour live stream. It's been a blast, but I think I'm going to call this stream off. Having said that, I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all for being here. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Follow me on all the other sites I talked to you guys about, and have an excellent day. All right. Thank you guys so much.